The total water system budget for FY22 is $110.1 million. 83% of that, though, is for capital expenses. And the big ticket item, of course, for FY22 is the intake and the West End plant projects. We will be using about $7.9 million of cash reserves in water that have been saved up for this purpose. And then in wastewater, our budget is $32.1 million for FY22. 51% of that is for capital expenses, and we are planning to use about $9.7 million of excess cash reserves for capital projects in the wastewater system. So we have a number of factors contributing to what we're going to propose for rate increases. The first is inflation. So the construction cost index, or CCI, averaged 3% in 2018, then dipped down to 2 and 2.1% in 2019 and 2020. So far in 2021, it is at 3.1%, and we expect inflation to keep rising in the near future. So just like we can't go to the store year after year and pay the same price for items like milk, we can't do that for items like chemicals, meters, and pipes either. All of those have increases that come along with inflation. So state and federal regulations are also always factors in our water and wastewater rates. And then an aging system and general infrastructure needs to support such a large system, also primary contributing factors to our rate increases. So the 5-year CIP for water is $165 million, and our 5-year CIP for wastewater is $42 million. Pipe replacements have been funded in the CIP at about $4 million per year for each water and wastewater for a number of years. At this funding level, we are requiring pipe to last in the ground about 180 years. The national average for pipe replacement programs is now at 125 years, and Los Angeles has a 300-year pipe replacement program. So considering we are doing far better than LA, you might wonder if we really have problems in Billings. So this right here is what a 300-year program looks like. These pictures are all of recent water main breaks in the LA area. So since we really don't want to be like LA for a number of reasons, we've been telling this story for a number of years about our pipe replacement program. This council listened. You asked us to start increasing our pipe replacement program in the CIP. So the 5-year CIP that you approved in the fall included a 10% per year in funding, or 10% per year increase in funding for our rehab programs. So at this rate, in 5 years, the funding will be at about $6.4 million annually, and this will get us down to a 136-year program. If we keep this up for 10 years, we will be down to a 103-year replacement program, a number that is much more realistic. So the pipe funding increase is a big driver in the rate increases that we're going to go over. So before I get into the rate discussions itself, I want to summarize just a couple things about how we charge for water and wastewater. As you know, consumption is currently measured in CCFs, or 100 cubic feet. Last fall, Council asked us to make bills easier to read by doing two things. The first was to report in gallons, and then the second was to change that usage chart that's on our bill to reflect our tier system. So we are in the process of making both of these changes, and starting July 1, we plan to convert to reporting in gallons. So our rates then will be in a per 1,000 gallon basis. Also, I wanted to remind everybody that every bill has two components. The first is a fixed charge based on the size of the meter, and the second is a volumetric charge for your actual consumption. Wastewater is not metered. Consumption is based on water usage for wastewater. So residential wastewater is then based on what we call winter quarter averaging, and we do this for equity purposes so that when you're using that watering for summer lawns, it does not go back into the wastewater system. You're not charged on the wastewater side for that. So I'm going to get into the rates, and I'll start with wastewater first, just because it's simpler than our water rates are. So these are our proposed fixed monthly charges on the wastewater side. So residential homes typically have 3/4 inch meters, and the fixed monthly charge would then increase by 10 cents in FY22 and again in FY23. The rates for users outside of Billings are about 10% more than these inside rates, and we'll see similar increases. And since we're going to convert to gallons, I'm trying to state everything in gallons in this presentation for comparison purposes. So all of our per CCF current rates have been converted to what they would be if they were per 1,000 gallons. So the volumetric rate is proposed to increase from $4.81 per 1,000 gallons to $4.95 in FY22, and then to $5.08 in FY23. And again, that's per 1,000 gallons. We also have a septage rate for septage haulers. Right now, that is $54 per gallon, and we're proposing that to go up by 13.2% to meet the cost of services rate study results. And that would make it $61.12 in FY22, and then there would be no charge in FY23. So the average residential home in Billings uses 4,000 gallons of water in the winter. So thus the impacts to the average residential property owner would be a 66 cent increase in FY22, and then a 62 cent increase in FY23. So we also have 3 wholesale customers. These are Exxon, Phillips 66, and Lockwood, and their usage characteristics are shown here. So wholesale calculations for both wastewater and then on the water side where we have Heights Water District use what we call a utility method approach to calculate capital costs as opposed to the cash basis approach. So the basic difference between the cash basis and the utility approach is that when we calculate those revenue requirements that we need, the cash basis uses cash funded capital and debt service, whereas on the utility approach, we use depreciation and a return on the rate base. So the rate of return for all 3 of these wholesale users per our agreements is 15% minimum. The utility approach is the standard industry approach for wholesale customers, but this means that our retail customers see rate increases before the assets are built to build up our cash for the projects, and our wholesale customers see the rate increases after the assets are constructed. And because of these differences and the inability that we have to smooth out rates with the cash reserve on this wholesale side, the wholesale rates can have wider swings in our rate increases. So the proposed volumetric and fixed rates for Lockwood, P66, and Exxon are shown here, as well as the total projected revenues for each wholesale customer. So for Lockwood, the total annual charges will go down in FY22 and then increase again in FY23. Now, both refineries are seeing large increases in revenue requirements from an increase in strength they are discharging into our system. So P66 increases by about 172,000 in FY22 and 30,000 in FY23. Now, Exxon's rate increases are really high. But the revenue increases are smaller. So they have, a volumetric rate increase shown for FY22 of 84% and a fixed increase of 33%. But they are working right now, Exxon is, to start discharging some of their flows to the river. So we will have a reduction in flows from Exxon, and that's why the revenue increase isn't as great as the actual rate increases are. In recent discussions with Exxon just on Friday, they're not sure at this point how much flow we can expect. So the rates that we bring back to council in may differ slightly for Exxon as the rates are affected by the flows expected. So moving on to water, the fixed monthly charges in water are planned to increase by 2% in both FY22 and in FY23. So for a 3/4 inch meter, that's a 15-cent increase each year. So outside of Billings, user fees are about 9% higher than inside fees, and we'll see similar increases here as well. The residential volumetric water rates have what we call an inclining block tier structure. And this rate structure is used because we have to design our system to meet peak demands, which costs more money. So by using a tiered system, we place the costs on those largest peak demands on our system so that they appropriately pay more for it. So if we had a constant block structure, the small users would actually subsidize the large users. So the council, though, asked us last fall to look at an alternative tier structure that would help keep rates low for users with just minimal water use. Sometimes in some communities, they call that a lifeline rate. The current structure is set to accommodate up to about 10,000 gallons in the first tier, and it was set this way at the time to capture the annual average usage. The second tier then has a range up to 32,000 gallons. The third tier is up to about 75,000 gallons, and tier 4 is really for extreme excess use greater than 75,000 gallons. Residential use, you can see that table at the bottom, has actually been declining for the past couple of years. The annual average in 19 and 20 is 7,500 gallons, and winter use is now at 4,000 gallons. So we're proposing, I guess, two. One is the current tier structure, and one is to a second option to meet the goal of the lowest rate possible for those minimal users. So by reducing the volume captured within tier 1 from 10,000 gallons to 5,000 gallons, and thereby increasing the water billed in tier 2, it reduces the rate increases needed and provides an affordable minimal usage rate. So under the current structure, or option 1, annually, 81% of our bills never get out of tier 1. So under option 2 structure, 58% of the bills will remain in tier 1 on an annual basis, and that other part of them will shift into tier 2. So the top table here shows the proposed rate increases to the volumetric rates under option 1, and that's our current rate structure. So the rate increases for FY22 and 23 would be about 4.3% for the rates. Under option 2, when we shrink that tier 1 down, the rate increases proposed in FY22 and 23 are 3.3% and 2.8% respectively. But either option actually provides virtually the same revenues for public works. So this table shows the residential bill impacts at various usage levels. So for consumption levels from 0 to 5,000 gallons, option 2 is going to be lower, because that's what we're trying to do, is provide a lower rate for those minimal users. So for the average residential user with a consumption of 8,000 gallons, the option 1 monthly increase is $1.43 in FY22 and $3.17 in FY23, or in under option 2. So the option 1 is of course less, because under option 1 all of this usage falls into tier 1. The multifamily rate is somewhat dependent on residential rates, thus this table shows the rates under each option. The FY22 multifamily volumetric rate would increase by 16 cents per 1,000 gallons under option 1, and by 10 cents per 1,000 gallons under option 2. The proposed non-residential rates for both inside and outside users will increase by about 4% in FY22 and about 3% in FY23. The seasonal rate increases by 5.9% in 22, and seasonal is irrigation, and then 2% in FY23. Finally, the resale rate, which is Heights Water District, it barely increased in FY22, and then it increases by 31% in FY23. So this large increase is due to the significant increase that we have in the supply and treatment components of the rate base that are in the FY22 budget, namely that west end, intake, and plant. So they will be capitalized into the rate base in FY23, which is why they see the increases that year. So all of the other users of the system have paid for this in the rates on the cash basis ahead of the projects. And now it's time for the resale rate to catch up and pay their share of these projects. The other item that council had asked us to look at in our rate study was bulk water resellers. So these are businesses that are getting water from the city and then selling it to users that are outside city limits. Typically, this is accomplished by a truck. You see them driving around with the big cisterns in the back. They pull up to these water filling stations and fill their cisterns, and they haul it out of town to their property. So we have 3 bulk water reseller customers that are currently classified right now as inside Billings non-residential customers because they are inside City of Billings limits. They have a combined usage of about 45 million gallons per year. And then we also have the Heights Water District, who also has their own bulk water reseller customers, but they're not our customers. So we can't do anything about those Heights Water District resellers from a rate perspective. And this would have to be done in a new contract with Heights Water District. However, for our own customers, we do have a paragraph in our rules and regs right now that requires written permission to resell water and is thereby, or could be, the basis of creating a separate bulk reseller class of user, and it would have its own contract rate with a rate of return. So basically what we're proposing is creating a new class of user, and we calculated the rates here using the same terms as the wholesale wastewater contracts using that 15% rate of return. So this would increase the proposed FY22 reseller rate by 97 cents per 1,000 gallons over the proposed non-residential rate, an increase of 36% over our current rates. The FY23 that rate would then increase again to $5.20, and that's a 25% increase over FY22, and it's $1.91 more per 1,000 gallons than they would have at the non-residential rate. The annual private fire protection fees are proposed to go up by 6% in both FY22 and FY23. And there's a lot of information on this graph, but I'll just point out a couple of things. The pink and the blue bars combined are what is our required O&M and debt service reserves. The green bar, those are our rate stabilization reserves and what is used to smooth out our rate increases to all but Heights Water District. So the green line shows fairly steady overall revenue increase requirements for water, and the orange line that spikes in FY23 is the rate increases required for Heights Water District. So if you put the water and the wastewater bill together for the average residential customer, they pay right now $62.72 per month. Under option 1, that bill would increase to $2.09 per month, and under option 2, it would increase to $3.83 per month. The average residential water and wastewater bills for various cities are shown on this chart. Billings current and Billings proposed, both options are shown here. So we're not comparing apples to apples when we are looking at our proposed rates compared to other cities' current rates. But even so, Billings falls about in the middle of the pack for the average utility bill cost. And all in all, water is still a really good value. For the price of purchasing a water bottle at a store, you can fill a reusable bottle 1,450 times with City of Billings water that has been cleaned, treated, and delivered to you. So the last part of this is system development fees. And system development fees are a one-time fee that are assessed on new development to cover the excess capacity that we have in our system to serve new growth. There are two components to our fees. One is what we call backward-looking fee that looks at what we've already invested in our system that is available to serve growth. And then we have the forward-looking component that looks at what is in our 10-year CIP that is there to serve growth. So water SDFs for residential connections are proposed to go very minimally. It's $45 or it's about a 1.5% increase there. The non-residential increase for water SDFs is 4.5%, and then the irrigation is proposed to increase by 7.4%. And for wastewater, the City of Billings is proposing an 18% increase for city SDFs, and then we also charge Lockwood an SDF for every connection that they have out there, and that is at 4% in the Lockwood SDF. So we always propose what is calculated as the maximum supportable SDFs, because if we didn't, we would have to collect those revenues through our user rates. So the combined water and wastewater system development fee for a new home in Billings then is $6,070 to connect to a system valued at about $2.3 billion. So this is an increase of $535 over our current rates, or a 10% increase. So I know that was fast. I tried to go through it. I know you have a lot on your agenda tonight, but I am requesting feedback on the rates as a whole, and then direction for a couple of these items tonight. The first is what residential water tier structure you would like to move forward with. The decision, of course, isn't binding, as this is a work session. However, for utility rates, we have to send out more notification than you do for other rate increases, and we actually have to mail a letter to every customer that we have. So we need to pick an option to put in that letter. And then if you chose to change it when you come back in May, you could do that, but we need to actually have a direction to go for those letters and notifications. And then the second item is on that bulk water reseller rate. We could really do three things there. One is continue on as we are now, where they're charged the non-residential rate. We could go with the rates that we calculated for the rate study, or the third option would be you could step into those rates that we calculated and charge those over time. So we would need direction on that one tonight, because if we are going to be separating those customers out as a new class of water user, we need to start those discussions with those three customers and work on a contract or some other kind of written agreement fairly quickly. That is all I have, so I'll turn it over to you, Mayor, for questions.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. Definitely easier than the 180 pages. Still not easy, though, as Yoda told us there. So just questions for Jennifer. Reminder that our goal tonight is to focus at least on those two issues, that water tier structure, in particular scenario 1 versus scenario 2. You shift, you break up that first tier that went to 10,000 gallons to 5,000 gallons being the first tier, and then 5,000 on up becomes the second tier. And then the second issue is that bulk resellers rate. Questions for Jennifer before we have general discussion? Councilmember Purington, and then Councilmember Neese.
Thank you. Jennifer, the one thing that I did not understand was you were talking about the two different options, but then you said that the revenue would basically be the same. Did I understand you to say that right? And if that is the case, then why would we change?
Mayor, Councilmember Parrington, yes, that is correct. They are revenue neutral options to us. What they do is change in our system who pays more. So it gives a lower rate to really minimal users of water than the other option does.
Thank you.
But there is no effect to us.
Thank you. Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Jennifer, I guess I'll stay on that topic, but I did want to address the bulk water rates. But you mentioned, I think in your chart, and it was hard for me to see, it kind of went by fast, but I thought you said option 2, the average user pays more. Is that correct?
Councilmember Neese, it is correct when we define the average user as an 8,000 gallon per month user. So obviously there are some users under that system that pay less and some that pay more, but the average 8,000 gallon user does pay more under option 2.
Sorry, Mayor, quick follow-up on that.
Go ahead.
I thought, maybe I misread that, but I thought you said the average usage was 4,000 gallons.
Councilmember Neese, the average wastewater use or the average monthly wastewater use is 4,000 gallons in the winter.
Oh,
On the water side, it's 8,000.
water side, it's 8,000.
And that's the average annual use, taking into account both winter and summer.
And that's
flows.
wastewater average.
So the water average is 8,000, the wastewater average is 4,000.
Okay.
Thank you, Council. And well, just while we're on that, the average increase for that 8,000 gallon user, what was the number under scenario 2? How much are we talking for that user as an increase, Jennifer? I think it was a 9% increase. That
It's a 9% or $3.17 per month increase.
okay. Thank you very much, Councilmember Shaw and Ewald.
Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer, for breaking this down. This was much more comprehensible in this format. So big picture, I guess, I want to go up like really high up. The main difference that I'm kind of seeing between option 1 and option 2 is that option 2 is going to drop rates for approximately 20% of people. Does that sound about right? From the numbers, I don't have the slides in front of me. But it will then raise rates for the additional, there's 50% of people that will still be in that tier. Is this right? I'm just like big picture, I'm trying to say if the idea is to drop rates, how many people are we dropping rates for, and how many people are seeing the increase, that percentage?
Thank you. Yes, it's about 22% that it would drop rates for. And then those, of course, then shifts into tier 2 for those others that we increase for. So, and that's why I say it depends on what your bill is to know which option would actually benefit you.
And Jennifer, to Councilmember Shaw's question, do you know the number of who would suffer the increase, either in real terms or percentage terms relative? We heard the 20% drop, but in other words, how many people are going to be mad at us? How many people are going to be happy with us?
I don't know the actual number of people. What I can tell you is that the number of bills that would shift and be higher is 23%.
Okay. Councilmember Ewald?
Thank you, Mayor. I did some figuring on this, Jennifer, and if you did the full 10,000 gallons, it would cost you $3.70 more a month. And if you went to the average user, which is 7,500 gallons, it's going to cost you $140 more a month. So we're kind of punishing the people that are just trying to keep their lawns a little bit greener or they're watering the 2 trees that we have to put in the front of our yards to keep Recode happy, and so you gotta get that watered, so we're gonna charge them more because they have to water those 2 trees or keep the grass greener, and there aren't very many people that just use that minimal 5,000 gallons. They might do it in the wintertime, but they don't do it in the summertime. And the way the winters have been lately, as dry as the springs have been, watering starts probably April, May, and goes all the way through to September. So there's a lot of months that they're gonna be paying a higher water bill than they would if they stayed with Tier 1 or Scenario 1.
Oh, okay. Unless Jennifer, you had a reaction to the comment, we'll move on.
No, I would just agree that that is correct. If you're trying to keep a lawn green, at least, and especially any kind of a sizable lawn, you're definitely going to be paying more under option 2. But if you are just that, maybe single or elderly person who just uses very minimal amount of water, that's when you benefit under option 2.
Thank you. Chris Kukulski, you had your hand up, and Councilmember Bernice?
I would ask the council to think about what are they trying to accomplish. So what I've heard in the past and what I think is probably a common part of this discussion is if you're trying to make a lower bill for a small water customer, then you're thinking about the individual, probably a single person, maybe it's the 2-party, but who just doesn't use much water. Do we have a competitive problem there? And obviously we have a very unique situation in Billings with Heights water and our water. So I was under the impression, though I've not tracked it closely, that there was some concern or question, particularly in the Heights, as to how that lowest tier would work. So what are you trying to accomplish? That really will guide, I think, whether you want option 1 or option 2. Then the second question I would ask, which I think is a later discussion, Mayor, but I just want to put it on the table to circle back to it. Though I'm glad we're moving in the right direction, no engineer that I've ever met is going to tell you a pipe's going to last 180 years or 130 years or 103 years. So to me, you've got to get the pipe replacement over a reasonable period of time down to an actual life expectancy of a pipe. And that's closer to 75 to 85 years in my experience. So somewhere, I'd like some policy direction that do you really want to get to that point and over what time period? Because that's really depends, that really guides how much capital we're going to do each year on pipe replacement. So separate, I don't want to distract the option 1 or option 2, but after the option 1 or option 2, I'd like you to at least think about the pipe replacement schedule and what you want to invest in that if you want to do it more aggressively or you're satisfied with what we've gotten so far. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Nice and anyone else?
Thank you, Mayor. Chris, thank you. I was going to speak to that as well. And Jennifer, just a real quick question though, just about the rates. The 5,000 is the tier 1, the option 2 tier 1 grade, correct? And if I use 5,001, do I get charged all the water usage goes to the next tier option price, or is it just the first 5,000 at the lower rate and then the next 1 gallon at the higher rate? Is it cumulative or is it by tier?
Councilmember Nice, that's a great question. First, we are still working with our vendor to get this changed and converted in our system. Right now, they're telling us it will round to the nearest 1,000 gallon, but we have not tested that. The other possibility would be that it does not round and it would be for 5,001 gallons, just like you said. And in that case, 5,000 gallons would be at the tier 1 rate and that 1 gallon would be at the tier 2 rate.
Okay. Thank you. And Chris, to your point, yeah, I think there's a couple of things. One, I believe there was some talk about rewarding people that conserved some water in that respect, and others was just low water users to reward them with a lower rate in that. So I know there is I live in the Heights, and so my average water usage is low because I happen to be on a ditch, but that's not what my neighbor pays because they're not on the ditch and they have to do summer water usage. So there's are a lot of low water uses in the city, and I think that I don't know if why the 5,000 was chosen, why it wasn't 8 or why it wasn't 4, or why we didn't, instead of keeping the 4 tiers, we went to a 5th tier with just a low water usage rate. So I guess this is the option that we have tonight to look at, but I guess that's where I was looking at. It's more of a competitive as well as rewarding people who conserve.
Thank you. Other questions for Jennifer before we go to public comment? Councilmember Boyette and Councilmember Ewald.
I've been through Billings for many years, and we've seen times when we had water rationing where we couldn't water our lawns, and Mother told me we couldn't drink water. So I got to the point where I wanted to conserve water. So I think it's important that we reward people who don't use water, and we charge people who do. So I like the tier 2, mainly because that would affect people that don't use it very much, especially maybe some older folks, that 1 or 2 people in the house that don't spend a lot of water. So I think number 2 would be better at this point.
Thank you very much. Councilor Ewald, you had your hand up, I think.
Thank you, Mayor. Jennifer, I don't know if it was 2 years ago at budget or if it was last year, but I think I asked that any increases for the West End water plant, the intake and the reservoirs be separated, and I'm on Heights Water, so I don't know if that happens, and if it is happening, how much is it, or how much per gallon, and is that included in the increases this year? And I didn't see any place where it was separated out to signify that it was going specifically for the West End increase.
Councilmember Ewald, yes, that is happening on the bills. It's actually broke down, the way that we have to do it is a percentage of each bill has a line item that goes to that West End project. I don't remember off the top of my head what that number is right now, but I will email it to you. And then we have not calculated what that percentage of the bill is going to be for next year, but I can do that as well.
Follow up, Mayor, please.
Go ahead.
So Jennifer, does that, do you have any idea how much that percentage brings in annually?
Councilmember Ewald, I'll have to get back to you with that. It's going to vary year by year. What our plan is to have that line item on our bill until our debt service is paid. So it depends on how much cash we're accumulating that goes to that project versus others, and I really have to break that down and send you something that's actual real instead of just maybe making something up tonight.
Okay, and are you going to be increasing that percentage as we get farther on with this project? Or how are we gonna do that? Because we gotta retire, if we're gonna have to get a bond, we're gonna have to retire it somehow.
Councilmember Ewald, yes, we will be tracking exactly what is going to pay off that debt over the next 20 years and using that percentage on the bill.
Okay, follow up again, Mayor, please.
Sure,
It would be good if we could get some of this information for all the council people for budget talks for this year. It might be helpful.
Councilmember Purington?
Thank you. Jennifer, just a real quick question. We have a lot of patio home HOAs going in. So are those part of that multifamily rate that you had that one chart on? Since the HOA is charged, not the individual.
Councilmember Purington, if it's for 4 more units, yes, they fall into that multifamily rate.
Thank you.
Jennifer, did I understand, and then Councilmember Tricky, did I understand you to say at the beginning of your presentation that right now, 81% of our users, water users, are in tier 1? If that's the case, it's sort of a funny tier system when 81% are in that. Common sense to me says, you'd want to have roughly 1/4 in each so as to provide some incentive that if you're good this month, you might be able to move up to the next tier, and that provides an incentive for saving water. That would be something that would indicate to me a reason to break up tier 1. Did I hear you correctly that right now 81% are in tier 1?
Mayor, 81% of our bills are in tier 1, but that may mean that 100% of our winter bills are in tier 1 and 40% of our summer bills. And on an annual basis, then 81% of those bills actually stay within tier 1.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Tricky?
Just so that I'm perfectly clear here, option 1 is basically, and I'm oversimplifying here, continuing to do what we've been doing to raise the rates, and option 2 is trying to shift the cost of watering lawns to the people who are watering the lawns.
Councilmember Cherokee, that is one way to look at it. The other way is, like Chris said, as a policy decision to actually give some kind of lifeline rate and give people credit for those users who don't use very much water in a month.
Yeah, I was being overly simplistic, and I know that, yeah. Just another question. I assume that the Weston Water Project is one of the things that we're thinking to apply for the ARP dollars.
Councilmember Trickett has been mentioned as a possibility. We also have applied for $50 million of BRIC grant funding, and we will know in June if we receive that or not.
So there's a good chance that the amount that we bond for this is going to be significantly less than what we're looking at right now.
It's debatable. The estimates right now for the reservoir are over what originally was planned. We won't know yet though until the water plant bids if we are over budget or not. So we might need the extra funding just to break even.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Councilmember Shaw?
No, I was just going to say quickly, I agree with Councilmember Boyette about option 2, and from my perspective and my position, I do think it's a worthwhile policy goal to try and reward, our conservation community or people who are actively trying to reduce their water usage. I think too, I'm sure all council members know, you go door to door, people complain about property taxes. This is one way that we can maybe try and help alleviate that burden, especially for the elderly and those on fixed incomes. So I also support option 2. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ronnie, Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you. Jennifer, most of my questions have been answered, and I had that same type of confusion that Mayor Cole did in the percentage in Tier 1. It was a little bit confusing to me, but I think I understand it a little bit more by what you said. As you were doing your presentation, I too felt myself drawn to option 2, just to give you that direction. In reference to Councilman Ewald's comments, let's hope that with Project Recode, more people now have the ability to use more natural grasses in their yards, and let's hope that they move that direction because that requires less water. So my encouragement would be in some way to get that information out as well, is that people have the ability now to put in plants and types of grasses that will consume and will require less water than what most people are using now to have a green grass. So my encouragement would be everything Public Works can do to encourage that, please do it. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ewald?
Thank you, Mayor. Jennifer, I'm looking at page number 5 on that, not your slide presentation tonight, but the actual report that we got. And this is about the resale, wholesale use of water. Right now, it's in fiscal '21, it was 279, and it's proposed to be 281 in fiscal '22, a 0.7% increase. At that 281, and you compare that to residential water, at 372 for fiscal '22, that's 91 cents, a thousand difference, and that comes up to 32.38% more that the residents are paying than the resale people are paying. And then you had a slide in your presentation that showed that you were gonna jump them like 30% this year and 35% next year. Which slide are we actually going by?
Councilmember Ewald, I'm not sure exactly which page of the report it is, but the amount is only a 2-cent increase in FY '22. That's $2.81 per 1,000 gallons. And then in '23, the rate is $3.68, and that was the 31% jump.
So we're still gonna charge them less, the bulk people are gonna be paying less for water than the city residents are paying, and there's no tier system connected to it or anything, so I thought you had a slide towards the end of your presentation that said you were gonna jack it up like 30% in '22 and 35% in '23.
Councilmember Ewald, that was a proposed rate for the bulk water resellers, those, selling the water to those customers bringing in their cisterns. The Heights Water District rate has to be calculated according to our current contract with Heights Water District. The other part of it is these users, whether it's Lockwood or Exxon or Heights Water District, they can only be charged for the part of the system that they use. And Heights Water District doesn't use all of our system, which is why its rates are lower than what we would charge to residential customers. But then they also have their own costs on top of our rates to then charge out to their customers.
Okay, thank you. I guess we're making that important distinction between the Heights Water District and other bulk sellers. Council Member Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Now that we're on bulk sellers, so I'll ask my question, Jennifer. It has to do with, again, the rates in the contract. I think you said that you would have to negotiate or work with them to develop a contract, but you said you were going to use the rate of return model, which I believe is what the Heights Water District is on, instead of the cash capital formula, if I get that, may not have said that correctly, that you could then charge for the future infrastructure. Is there a reason why we're going to use the rate of return method, which we can't charge for future and not do the capital for that, for the bulk users?
So, Councilmember East, that is because the way that we can change their rates is to classify them as a contract customer. And standard cost of service principles would apply, having them actually as a utility basis customer is what the standard industry approach is for all of these types of customers. But what this also does is allow us to charge a rate of return. And Heights Water District does not have a 15% rate of return, it's much lower. So, that would be a great item to renegotiate if we had a new contract with Heights Water District. But we do have really good rate of returns with all of our wholesale customers on the wastewater side. And so we modeled that and calculated it using a 15% rate of return. I'm not sure that we would have to negotiate that part. It's we can say that it's our precedence at this point that we're charging a 15% rate of return. Not sure if that answered your question.
Yeah, Councilmember Denise?
And to Councilman Ewald's question regarding multiple tiers, can we put in multiple tiers that instead of, thousands of gallons, what do you say, they distribute 27 million gallons throughout the year, so I don't know, 100,000 gallon increments or something like that?
Councilmember Nee, one option that we did look at in the rate study was doing a tiered rate for non-residential users. We can't take these customers out, separate them as a different user, and then try to apply those other cost of service principles to them. But we could have just taken the non-residential rate and did a tiered system. But that would also affect a lot of our other non-residential customers. And very few people do this for non-residential. It's hard to justify because they don't have the same type of peaking as you do for those residential lawn, where it's pretty much at the same time every day where everybody's turning on their sprinklers to water their lawn. And we looked at the peaking for these bulk water receivers, and they didn't have nearly as high peaking as the residential users did.
Mayor, just a quick final question on that.
Okay.
And Jennifer, can we just cease that business altogether?
Councilmember Neese, that would be a question that we'd have to have legal looked at. I briefly posed that question, but we didn't have a chance to actually analyze anything. There are other cities, rules and regs that I've looked at that but just state right in their rules and regs, you cannot resell our water. So the question would need to be answered. We've allowed this already to happen. Can we still prevent it from happening in the future?
If we could get that answer, that'd be helpful.
Okay, Council, just a reminder, back to those two fundamental questions, that choice of scenario 1 versus scenario 2, and then the bulk resellers, and also that we haven't had public comment yet. My inclination is to open up public comment, come back for some sort of informal vote that would provide direction for council or for staff on that first issue at least. So unless there's any great objection to that, we'll move ahead with public comment. Don't see anybody jumping up and down or waving furiously. So members of the public, we'll open up for public comment on our wastewater and water rates. First in the library here, please tell us your name and address. Thank you.
Kevin Nelson, 4235 Bruce Avenue, and I was just curious if any of the current or proposed water rates are retiring any of the $60 million water plant improvements that were done 4 or 5 years ago, maybe, and maybe they're retired. I don't know how that. I can't remember quite how that got paid for, and I was just curious if it isn't, how long do they expect that to continue, and what would be the rate reduction when it is completed? Thanks.
Thank you very much. Jennifer, can you tell us where we're at with paying for the upgrades to the water treatment plant?
Mayor, I believe that would be thinking about the wastewater side. We haven't had big improvements to the water treatment plant, but we did do a $75 million wastewater treatment plant improvement project just a couple years ago, bonded for that, and I think it's around $65 million in debt that we'll be paying back over 20 years.
And we're still on the first quarter or so of that repayment period, it sounds like.
Correct. We're only a couple years into that.
Okay. Thank you. Any other public comment here in the library on item number 2? Don't see any, so if you're listening to Zoom, now's the time to raise your hand if you'd like to comment on item number 2, our proposed water and wastewater rate changes or bulk water or system development fees changes. Hit your raise your hand feature or hit *9, Denise, if you're on the phone.
Yes, that's correct, Mayor.
Okay. Denise, do we have any public comment on item number 2 coming in by phone or through Zoom?
I am not seeing anybody raise their hand.
Okay, thank you very much. Then back to council. Council, how would you like to proceed? Let's try to break this up unless there's an objection. First by that scenario 1, scenario 2. So you take your tier 1 that now goes through 10,000 gallons per month and turn that to 5,000 or per month per year, I guess, and cut it in half to 5,000 and expand the second tier. So that has the effect of shifting money or cost to those under 10, between 5,000 and 10,000 gallons. Councilmember Yakovich.
Thank you, Honor. Council, I will direct staff to go to tier 2.
Okay, we've got a motion to give that direction to staff. Is there a second? Councilmember Boyette, you had your hand up?
It's option 2, right?
Yeah, scenario 2. Discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Neese, Councilmember Ewald.
So while I probably started this, I'm not so sure I like this particular version of the option. I would have liked to have seen some, again, some of the data was a little confusing when we say 81% in tier 1. You would think, oh yeah, we should have a rate like that, but then to come to find out that's winter. It's not the average between winter and summer. Maybe a tier where adjusted during the summer months, a little higher usage allowance for the average type user, and then lower in the winter. So I don't think this rate structure captures particularly what we were trying to accomplish, although I do like this in some respects. I guess the question is, if we vote to approve this, is this the one we're going to see to approve, or will there be any options to make changes to it, to either modify a little bit, go from 5,000 to 6,000, or something like that, or as the mayor said, maybe I maybe suggested a fifth tier that's low.
Jennifer or Chris, obviously this would not cause this to take effect. It would have to be approved later. What would be our ability to fiddle with it later? I imagine it's problematic the closer we get to actual approval to be making changes that have lots of ramifications and require lots of modeling by our staff. This is pretty complicated stuff, so you not easy to make last minute changes. But Jennifer, can you comment on that?
Mayor, Councilmember Neese, we can change from what we have proposed tonight. What we will not be able to do is when we come back on May 24th, change it on the fly. So we would need specific direction tonight as to what you would like to see. That is then what we would send out in the letters. That is then what we would propose when we came back on May 24th. And we would need that direction in, how you want to set policy. Changing it from 5,000 gallons to 6,000 gallons isn't going to change much though. And I can tell you 5,000 was picked because it is the median of what the water use is. It's the medium use. So we picked the $5,000 based on that. It also allows for all of your winter water use, as well as a little bit of lawn watering use for the summer. But we could certainly go with a different direction if you had that. We do not love the idea, of course it would be up to council, but we do not love the idea of having additional tiers. It gets really complicated for our customers, and we already spend a significant amount of staff time explaining the 4-tier system. That is why generally you see 3 or 4-tier systems used.
And just a quick follow-up on that. Jennifer, did you hear my question about having like a summer and winter rate or usage amounts?
Councilmember Neese, I have not seen that, but we could do that. We'd have a lot of modeling to do for that. Take some time to do that. Again, it would just be a little extra confusing, not only for our customers, but in even staff and in trying to get those bills correct. Because as you know, our billing goes every week. The cycles often cross month to month, so trying to figure out when it starts and ends for the different rates would get a bit complicated.
Okay,
Why not state my opinion then?
Go ahead, Councilmember Neese, and then Councilmember Ewalt and Treaky.
Thank you, Mayor. I knowing that this can be modified just a little bit, I do like the idea of doing something that's going to be a little bit more rewarding those low water users, so I will support this motion.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Ewalt and Treaky.
Thank you, Mayor. If you're gonna be in the low rate, 0 to 5, if you use 5,000 gallons, it would save you about 30 cents a month. But if you're in the average user amount, which is 7,500 gallons, it would cost you $1.40 a month extra. So I'm just thinking there's a lot less people that use 5,000 gallons or less compared to the people that are using 7,500 gallons, because that's the average. And there are people who like to keep their lawns green. And so we're gonna be charging a lot of people more for a few people. It saves 30 cents a month or less. So I won't be supporting this number 2. I think it's way more fair to stick with number 1 for everybody.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Treaky.
This is actually for Councilmember Neese. I'm wondering if maybe adding a 5th tier and splitting up tiers 3 and 4 into that 5th tier would achieve what you're trying to get at.
Well, yeah, I think that a little bit different structure than what we have that we're seeing tonight, I think would give that reward to those who are low water users. But at the same time, I am concerned a little bit about some of the higher, not even high water users in the summertime, that they do have to water their lawn and keep it green. And maybe they're being very conservative in how they water their lawn, but they still are high users. And I'd like to see that maybe that's why increase something and give those users a little bit of break during the summer when they're trying to conserve, yet they still have to keep their lawn green.
Well, that's why I'm thinking splitting up, adding a new category in the top half. Another comment along the direction that I'm fine with option number 2 the way it is, but another comment along with what Councilmember Ronning was saying about helping people to figure out how to use less water on their lawns and gardens and stuff like that. One thing I see all the time is that people use a lot more water on their lawns than they actually use, especially when they're using automated systems and whatnot. So, maybe we can put in a campaign about how much you actually need to water your lawns.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments before we move to a vote on Councilmember Yakowicz's motion, which is scenario 2? If not, then the motion again is to make that recommendation to staff to favor scenario 2, consistent with the AES study. All in favor, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are Councilmembers Treaky, Joy, Shaw, Ronning, Yakowicz, Boyette, Neese, Brown, Cole. So if voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition are Councilmembers Ewalt and Purington. Motion passes. That deals with the first item. Let's go to bulk water users and specifically creating a new rate group with staff to come back with your more specific proposal. Is that what you're looking for, Jennifer? Can you frame exactly what it is that you would like us to vote on.
Yes, Mayor, for the bulk water resellers, just a reminder that right now they're billed as a non-residential inside Billings customer. So that would be one option, is to continue doing so. The second option would be to separate them out as contract customers, and the rates would go up significantly. The third option would be if you feel bad for them and you wanted to step into those rate increases over time instead of doing it in 2 years.
Okay. Scenario, keep the status quo, to move ahead with a 2-year program, or a 3, spread it out over more than 2 years. Council members Joy and Ewell.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I really feel inclined towards a contract with these wholesale bulk resellers. I think that as we move forward, and as water, we know, is a very precious resource that we are responsible for an entire community, not just for the next 4 years or 10 years, but for the lifetime of our community. I think a contract would be better. I think we would be able to put ourselves in a position, be in a position where we would be able to continue to negotiate and to talk about issues as we move forward. So one of the things that we see in some of our problems regarding water is a contract that has been over such a long period of time, it no longer takes into account changes. So I think maybe in a contract that we could actually negotiate over time would be in our best interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Everybody on Zoom able to hear all of our speakers in the room?
It got really soft, but then it got better, so somebody fixed it.
Okay, thank you very much. Other Councilmember Ewell?
Thank you, Mayor. Jennifer, could you please put up that slide that you showed right at the end on the bulk users?
I will get it up here.
Is that slide in this home consultants deal? I couldn't find it anyway.
Councilmember Ewell, no, that was still being worked on after we had the rate study reports done.
Okay, this isn't the one that showed the 30% 2 years in a row. You had another one. There you go.
Right here.
So, do we actually have non-residential bulk users of water?
So we have 3 in the city right now that are currently classified as non-residential. This proposed option would reclassify them, and we haven't come up with a name yet. Maybe it's non-residential resale, maybe it's bulk reseller, but it would reclassify them out of non-residential.
But I thought you said a little bit ago that we have some residential bulk users. Who would that be?
Councilmember Ewell, we don't have any residential bulk users.
Okay, I didn't think so. So this water's all leaving the city limits. So I really like that one where it says non-residential resale, because that gets it to where it's higher than what we're paying in the city, as opposed to way lower than what the city resident gets it. And there's no tier system, so it kind of compensates for not having any tiers.
Okay, thank you very much. Other council members? Council Member Neese.
Jennifer, didn't you say these businesses were in the city though?
Councilmember Neese, yes, they are located within city limits, selling water, using our water rights to sell water outside the city.
Okay, so they have business licenses with the city and they're selling, but doesn't necessarily mean they're selling water only to outside the city. They could be selling to someone who needs some water in the city somewhere, is that correct? And needs a bulk supply of water for some reason. Like filling up swimming pools, I've seen that quite a bit.
I would imagine that 99% of their water is sold outside
Okay.
of the city. I think most users that need bulk water actually have a connection, and it would be cheaper to get it that way.
Okay. I do like the idea of it having a tier. I would name it like bulk resellers or something like that, just to not confuse the fact that it's only outside the city, in that as far as non-residential. But bulk sellers would be fine. And I'd like to see us come up with a different way as far as charging. I agree with Denise that we need to have some kind of contract, making sure that we can cancel that contract at any time. And so that if we choose, if the city chooses to not be in this business, we can eliminate it.
Okay, other council members, my gut is that this is going to be favorably looked upon, but also people can comment on the 2-year period versus a longer phase-in period. That issue was specifically raised by staff. Councilmember Tricky, you had your hand up, and Councilmember Purington?
I'm just trying to understand the business model here. Are these, places where you drive up with your pickup and fill up the tanks, or is this also including places where they are bottling water, like in a 5 or 3 gallon bottle, and selling it at the grocery store?
Councilmember Tree, these are businesses that you drive up and fill up your tank.
Okay, so the businesses that are filling up water bottles are going through, how are they being charged?
Councilmember Tricky, do you know of a specific business in Billings that?
Yeah, I'm looking at Yellowstone Ice and Water right here, and they say right there that on their website that the water is coming out of our municipal water system.
Okay, so they would actually have a connection to our system and be charged just like the others, a non-residential rate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Purington?
Jennifer, did you say earlier that there was an issue with bulk resale, that you weren't sure the legalities of that? Did I understand that correctly?
Councilmember Purington, we looked at a number of options to ensure that we were going to be legally setting rates. And a couple of the first options that we looked at in trying to just charge them a different rate as an inside customer didn't work out legally. But this option that we have proposed is setting them aside as a contract rate customer has been looked at by our expert rate consultants, and they are in agreement that it complies with rate standards. Our legal department for the city has also looked at it and are in agreement with it.
Thank you.
And Councilman Purington, just to clarify, there was an earlier question about the legality of prohibiting these bulk resales sales totally.
Right.
And Jennifer said that would be something that she would want to look into, since we've been doing it for a long time, or with the legal department. Chris Kolsky and Councilmember Ronnie?
So from a policy perspective, I would think one consideration is that the rate should be as high as it can legally be. I mean, I'm amazed, and I was in a conversation again today with another subdivision of hundreds of lots potentially being developed out in the county. Now, what I don't know is what the reality will be as to whether they'll just stop buying any water from us and then buying it all through their Heights supplier or Laurel. And yet they're a small enough, correct me if I'm wrong, Jennifer, they're a small enough percentage of our sales that it's not gonna materially affect our rate structure if they turn the tap completely off and stop buying water from us. But they're really, I don't see any incentive for us to be selling it to them any cheaper than how high we can legally go. And at $1 more next year and $2 more per thousand, I wouldn't consider that some type of gouging or something. I mean, it is still incredibly cheap water for the greatest arguably the greatest asset the city owns, clean drinking water. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Rewalt?
Thank you, Mayor.
Running.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. Thank you. Councilmember Ronnie and Councilmember Rewalt?
Thank you. Chris, you kind of answered some of my question there. Jennifer, I was going to ask you if you do know where these bulk resale businesses are distributing the water, if you're aware of that, and if they're making a significant profit off of the water that we sell them. If you know that information, I'd love to know it. You may not have it tonight. My encouragement to you would be to get the answers for us from city legal to see if the city of Billings could say no to those bulk resellers. I would like to just have that information for the future. But also just to give you some direction, my inclination right now is that 2-year option. That's my inclination right now, just to give you some direction.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Rewalt?
Thank you, Mayor. So Jennifer, you said that like for Heights Water, we can only charge so much. Is that by state law? Or is that by your consultant team? Or who determines how much we can charge them?
Councilmember Ewalt, part of it is according to rate setting principles, and partly it is per the contract, the current contract that we have with Heights Water District.
Okay, and so, follow up, Mayor, please.
Go ahead.
So, that way we won't be breaking state statute by increasing these bulk places by that much like we're talking about? Is that pretty true?
Councilmember Ewalt, correct. We would include that in the contract that we have with them.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Shaw and Councilmember Nice?
Thank you. I think you're looking for some kind of a light motion, so I'll go ahead and make a motion to direct staff to move forward with the proposal as it has been outlined, including the 2-year option, which I agree with. I think to go back to the pipe replacement question as well, I think it's all part of the same conversation really of getting the city onto the best footing it can.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Councilmember Nice? Okay, so you have a motion in front of you for approval of the 2-year reseller contract option. Further discussion on that motion?
Could you state that motion again? I'm sorry.
Sure. So the motion is to give direction to staff to proceed with a rough, working out the details of a 2-year contract along the rates that were described in Jennifer's PowerPoint for bulk resellers. Again, 2-year period, it was about a
36 and 25.
36 and 25% increase in those 2 years. So that's the motion. Discussion on the motion. I guess the only thing I would say on the merits, I don't have any problem with increasing those rates. I agree with Chris's point. It's a matter of public policy. We don't want to sell that asset cheaply. However, just a reminder that there are people outside the limits of annexation who need water. It is good for the economy to have some development there, and certainly for homes that are already out there. They are dependent upon that water, and so having created this pattern, I'd hate to raise those rates so high that it really did become punitive. That's why I would also be open to some sort of phase-in if there's an awful lot of resistance there. But then you kind of have to look about what's fair around the rest of the state. I have no idea. If it's really such a cheap deal, I have less sympathy. If it's very expensive, then I have more sympathy, but I don't know the answer to that. Other discussion on the motion? Now we'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of Councilmember Shaw's motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor, Councilmembers Treacy, Cole, Ewalt, Joy, Ronning, Yakowicz, Purington, Boyette, Nice, Shaw, Brown. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Councilmember Yakowicz?
Break.
Oh, break. I'm sorry. Yes, we blew right past that. We're not quite done with number 2, but we'll do any wrap up when we come back in a little over 5 minutes. Try to get back here as close to 7:45 as you can. Thank you. We will get started. Jennifer, I'm going to ask you to come back with us and tell us what else you need. Specifically on system development fees, there were recommendations, as I recall, for relatively modest changes both on the clean water and wastewater sides of roughly 2% or something. Can you give us the 30-second summary on system development fees and what you need from us?
Mayor, council, on system development fees, I don't think I need any other specific direction. We did run those by our system development fee advisory board, which is also the Public Works Board. They voted unanimously in favor of them. And they are, like I said, the maximum supportable rate that we can charge. The other question I think that is maybe unanswered tonight is how comfortable you and council are with our pipe replacement program. Would you like to leave it in there at the 10% per year increase that we have proposed, or did you want to speed that up at all?
Okay, so system development fees, just sort of advisory for council. If anybody has any objection, of course, feels free to raise those. Otherwise, we'll assume the default is full steam ahead on those system development fees. Pipe replacement issues, Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Jennifer, is this an item that we could go to the state for a lump sum of money to kind of help fund some of these pipe replacements so we can get caught up a little bit and kind of help rush that? So because part of our matching is we're already collecting a bunch of money and doing pipe replacements now. So is that something that could be considered for some of the state money, our money?
Councilmember Neese, we could request state money for it, but the issue with our rehab programs is the constructability aspect of it. We're limited on contractors, and they are very time-intensive projects. To be able to do, say, go in and do 20 million in a year just isn't doable. They have to be done over time.
Mayor, if I could add, the other piece I would add is that I suspect politically they'd be the least attractive grant to award, because it's not for an economic development project. It's not to clean up a problem, maybe a neighborhood that needs sewer that's on septics. And I don't know of a city out there that wouldn't say me too. So I think candidly, when it comes to pipe replacement, that's just kind of part of the job of owning a utility. And that in our base rate, we've got to get eventually to a point where you're replacing those pipes with the life expectancy. And if you get a grant from time to time from the feds or the state or whoever, then that's kind of icing on the cake. But we're right now living under a system where we know the pipe can't last that long, trying to catch up. So.
Okay, so Jennifer, question is a little bit about our pace. Yes, we're not where we want to be, anywhere near it. Even after 10 years, we won't be. How much time do we have? So specifically, what's the life expectancy for our pipes of a new pipe and of our average pipe? If we don't have to be in a big hurry if most of our pipes are relatively new. On the other hand, if most of them are quite old, we're living on borrowed time. So can you compare our pace of improvement on this against where we're at with the age of our pipes?
Mayor, that's a great question. We do have a lot of newer pipe in the ground right now. So what would happen is eventually we would get to where we were having breaks constantly like LA does, but we're not at that point yet. We do have time to do some gradual increases as long as we're getting to where we need to be. We don't have a magic number as far as what the age of pipe should be. We will look at that more with our asset management program. There are some types of pipe that last 100 years. And then there's others that might only be 60 or 80 years. So that's really dependent on what type of pipe we have. But just in summary, we're not going to have everything break in the next year if we don't start replacing everything now.
Okay, other questions, council members Yakowicz and Tricky, or comments?
Yes, sure. I would just direct staff to move forward. She can't give us a direct idea, but it's an obvious question, and yes, I would direct staff to move forward and give us a report. You know, if it's 180 right now, we can bring it down to 130 or 150, but why not just go forward with it?
We are along, we've adopted a program to reduce the time period. I guess the question is whether staff is, or council is okay with that current pace or wants to speed it up. I don't think anybody's proposing that we slow it down. Council members Chiriky and Ewaltz.
Just so I'm clear, so right now what we're trying to do, so what you're proposing is to go within 10 years to go from a replacement time period of, I think it was 180 years to 108.
Very close, 180 to 103.
Okay, so I'm guessing then that if we're looking to be at a 75 to 85 year time frame, then we would probably be somewhere around there within 15 to 20 years.
Yes, Councilmember Tricky, that would be about right.
Okay, cool, thanks. I'm for this.
Okay, Councilmember Ewalt.
Thank you, Mayor. Jennifer, you said some pipe lasts over 100 years and some pipe is 50 to 60. When these new subdivisions are going in, is that a requirement that they use top quality piping, or is that up to the developer what type of piping they're going to use?
It is all in our standards now, so it has been standardized.
So it's all the 100-year pipe now that they're putting in?
It's, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Other council members? And Councilmember Neese and Joy?
Jennifer, if I understand correctly, you're asking us to just continue on doing what you're doing, because I believe your presentation said you're already doing 10% a year increase for the next 10 years, and we should get down to 103. At that point, I'm assuming we would level off, or like you said, Cherokee said, maybe if we get to 15 years, but if we're putting in 100-year pipes and we're replacing the old pipes, I would imagine our average pipe expectancy is going to be maybe where it's 75 or 80, not maybe even 90, so we don't have to keep bringing it down. Is that correct?
Councilmember Neese, we'll have more of an answer in another year or so when we get through our asset management program more and have those standards set where we basically look at all of the risks in the system, look at what level of service we're trying to provide, and also actually determine how many breaks per 100 miles is actually an acceptable rate for Billings. So I have a hard time answering right now because we haven't defined all those things. It may be that we go with this 10% increase per year, and that may be all we need to do for the next 10 years, and we might get to be where we are. But after that, even if we figure we are where we need to be, we would still need inflationary increases, and that's what we have not been doing with our pipe. It's been set at $4 million per year and never increasing.
Thank you, Councilmember Joy.
Thank you. I will try to project my voice. Thank you. When you're looking at your assets and the value and looking at the replacement, could you build in some sort of modeling? 10%, what does 10% get us? What would 12%, 15%? So we could have a range of options and kind of look at what can we replace, but what would a 12% or a 15% get us to? Thank you.
Thank you. I just second that. I don't think we have enough information to make any real judgment, except that we recognize the seriousness of the problem. And to second Councilmember Yakowicz, keep it up. Do what you can to educate us. And if you're not satisfied with the current program, come back and make a proposal so that we can deal with. But I don't hear anybody advocating for a significant change from the current course. Chris Kukulski.
Mayor and Council, thank you. I think that's good, and Jennifer reminds us of the asset management program and efforts we're going through. So I think a year from now, we'll be in a better position to make decisions going forward. Councilmember Purington asked a question several weeks ago that this reminds me of, and it came up during our budget presentation conversations in this room. You should know when you asked, how do the priorities matter or affect the organization? Tell you, Public Works, as we talk about these rates, stormwater rates, all utility rates, they recognized and said, Chris, we know public safety is the priority in the near term. So I do think when we do get into that budget discussion, we end up talking about them holistically. It's not just, because our ratepayers or our customers pay them all. So I appreciate the dialogue. I want to alert you. I'm glad you're aware of it. And I think going forward, we need to be more aggressive. But right now probably isn't the time to do that. But I don't think you should wait until 10, 15 years from now when we're having breaks. My last comment, talk to some of your customers or constituents who've suffered from a water line break. The consequences, the cost consequences can be catastrophic versus an extra $1 a month or whatever to get into an appropriate replacement schedule. So there's always consequences both ways. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll hear from Councilmember Ronning, and then speaking of time, I would recommend Council we call it into item number 2. We've still got 3 more items this evening. So Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. Chris just brought up a great point, and we have that situation right now in Ward 4 that some customers of the city had a water main or had a water pipe break in their alley, and it was a few years ago, and it's something that's occurring in Ward 4 right now, and it was a big charge. So he's absolutely right that this is, Chris, good point. So I hope that we all do think about that. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we've dealt with everything involving item number 2. Jennifer, can you give me the thumbs up on that? There you go. Okay, I saw the thumb. So that's the end of item number 2. We'll move on to item number 3, safe routes to school and trail funding. Back to Jennifer and DeRay. Chris, do you have anything in the way of introduction before we turn it over to Jennifer?
I think, as the council recalls, some of this conversation is going to run in and out of the conversation we had about parks as well, but we really want to try to keep it focused on, sidewalks. I think it's easy to conceptualize the idea of safe routes to schools. Who wouldn't vote for safe routes to schools? I think it's about as, apple pie in baseball as anything. What you'll hear as Jennifer presents is, I will make a strong case that any sidewalk is a safe route to a school, because wherever the kid lives, wherever the family lives, you need to get from that place all the way to that school. So just think about, as Jennifer presents, you really have some compartmentalized components: sidewalk replacement program, arterial reconstruction program, and then also I think this conversation about trails that are not within the right of way. So with that, if I could circle back later, Jennifer's got it laid out, I think, in a pretty clean way for us to try to keep them in their kind of component parts.
Okay, thank you, Chris. And just to clarify, when you said you wanted to keep the discussion to sidewalks, you were not excluding trails from that discussion.
No, I'm sorry. What I'm saying is think about, as you look at the funding mechanisms for each component of really pedestrian walkways, they're all a pedestrian transportation route of various types. And you've got different funding mechanisms for some, and you don't have a funding mechanism for, one of the components. So with that, Jennifer, if you could kind of move us through the discussion. Thanks.
Jennifer.
All right, I'm sharing my screen. Okay. So I think most of you know that Public Works has been working with the Trails Committee, and it started with looking at an opt-out fee on the utility bill to fund trails and safe routes to school. Also, an initiative was made by Councilmember Chiriki and then passed by Council to bring back funding options for sidewalks, safe routes to school, and trails. So Debbie Milling previously presented our sidewalk policies and funding mechanism at a work session in February. So this presentation actually focuses more on the safe routes to school and trails component. Okay, safe routes to school and trails obviously benefits Billings in multiple ways. One of the most obvious benefits is that they provide safety for people walking, running, and biking while simultaneously reducing the road congestion for motorists. They also link neighborhoods to schools to allow kids to safely walk or bike to school. And trails and safe routes to school also support business, economic development, and enhance the overall community. Property values have also been proven to increase in cities with robust trail systems. Trails and safe routes to schools are also in their very nature inclusive, as they can be used by everyone. Students, employees, recreational users, families from all income levels, seniors, and people with disabilities. Safe routes to school has also been shown to support student success through improved health, performance, and attendance, while also providing not only transportation safety, but also safety from crime through community connectedness. Public Works already invests funding into pedestrian facilities in the rights of way every year. A fairly new program is the $100,000 of gas tax funds that we program annually for pedestrian crossing improvements. $250,000 of gas tax funds are also spent annually on ADA improvements with the goal of getting an accessibility at every corner. On average, we construct about $900,000 of pedestrian facilities each year with road projects using our trail and gas tax funds. And then missing sidewalks and sidewalk deficiencies already have dedicated funding sources. This includes $500,000 of property assessments per year and $250,000 of gas tax funds. And then development, of course, is also another primary source of our sidewalk funding. Since the Safe Routes to School study was completed in 2011, we have completed a number of projects from it. A trail was constructed along the north side of Broadwater Avenue between 32nd Street West and Vermilion Drive, and the east boundary of the Peter Yegan Golf Course from Broadwater Avenue to Will James Middle School. This trail provides a safe route for many students to get to Will James Middle School. This project was funded through previous CTAP funding, which is no longer available. A multi-use trail from Shiloh Road through Mission Ridge property was constructed to connect to Arrowhead Elementary School, and this trail provides a protected path for students as well as older adults who live on the St. John's United and Mission Ridge campuses. So that trail also connects to nearby pedestrian paths and the existing trail that tunnels under Shiloh Road for even greater transportation access and safety. Major enhancements to the King Avenue East improved safe routes to school for Ponderosa Elementary School. These improvements included a trail connection, ditch crossing, pedestrian path, and improved pedestrian landing area on the northeast corner of King and Hallowell. A pedestrian path connection and crossing over the ditch near Kyle Lane was recently constructed to connect students to Kiwanis Trail. This provided safe routes for students to get to both Bitterroot and Medicine Crow schools. While we have some funding sources available to take rest of school and trails in the right-of-way, Council has indicated that it would like us to do more. So the recently adopted council priorities include the improvement of safe routes to school in its #1 priorities, and it includes analyzing all funding options to build excellent trails as a high priority in its recently approved priorities. There is also not currently a dedicated funding source for recreational trails, and the city misses out on grant opportunities by not having matching funds available for these infrastructure projects. So while a lot has been done, there are about 40 remaining priority safe routes to schools and pedestrian facility projects totaling about $10 million. The next 5 safe routes to school projects that have been prioritized include a crossing at 32nd Street West and Latman Drive, a median at 8th Street West and Cook, curb extensions at 22nd Street West and Lewis, bulb outs at the Jackson Street and Roosevelt Crossing, and bulb outs at the Knuckle Boulevard and Sandstone School Crossing. Staff has also prioritized recreational trails that have been identified in the CIP. These include Stagecoach Trail, the downtown to Colson Park Trail connection, Riverfront Park to Mystic Park Trail, Alkali Creek Trail, and the downtown BBWA Canal Corridor. Staff also prioritized other projects identified in the Billings Area Bikeway and Trails Master Plan. And they prioritize these trails with Canyon Trail, the BBWA Canal Neighborhood Connection, and Millennium Circle to 32nd Street West connection. So in analyzing funding options for safe routes to school and trails, we came up with 4 alternatives. The first is shown here, and it is a $2 per month fee on the utility bill, in which each customer would then have the opportunity to opt out of. So on average, when there is an opt-out, 20% of the population tends to opt out. So this would generate $768,000 annually. It would require fairly high upfront costs, as well as about $38,000 of ongoing costs. So the net annual amount after the first year would be $730,000. This is the option that has been looked at the longest, as it has a lot of advantages. So first, everyone can decide. It's property by property. You can decide if you want to pay it. It is also very flexible in terms of increasing or decreasing the amount of the fee in the future, and the dollars would be segregated in a separate fund for just the specified use. However, unfortunately, the one con outweighs all the pros, and that is that an opt-out fee has definite legal risk to it. I'm actually going to turn it over to Gina to further explain this legal risk.
So we looked at a few different areas in analyzing whether this would be a risk worth taking, and the 3 different areas that we looked at were whether this would be violative of rates and charges to be rendered on utility bills, whether it would be violative as an unlawful tax and or assessment, and whether it would be violative of the Montana Unfair Trade Practices and Consumer Protection Act. And so the first area, we determined an automatic fixed donation added to a customer's utility bill may be construed by the courts as involuntary and outside of the fixed and established rates and charges for the services, facilities, and benefits directly or indirectly afforded by the system in violation of Montana law. And in the second area, we determined that if a customer were to allege to have involuntarily paid the fixed opt-out donation, the courts could construe
this involuntary payment as an unlawful tax assessment for utility services in violation of Montana law. And third, should the opt-out donation be held to be an involuntary solicitation, violative of the rates and charges to be rendered on utility bills, and or violative as an unlawful tax and or assessment, then a claim under the Montana Unfair Trade Practices and Consumer Protection Act may be right. So we simply determined that an opt-in provides a better option, although we understand that that is probably not as good of an option given the pros and weighing the pros and cons. But an opt-in provides the better option. It's clearly a voluntary donation, which is allowed. The cities can accept pursuant to Montana law, and legal simply cannot recommend the opt-out option.
Thanks, Gina. So then the next option that we looked at was to go to that opt-in fee on the utility bill. The problem with this option is that typically only 15% of people will opt into programs to pay these extra. Further limiting our revenue generating abilities is that we cannot have a checkbox to opt in on our online payment processing software, and about 50% of our customers pay online. So the only thing that can be done in our online software is to notify customers that they can opt in by calling us or filling out a website form, and then of course the process from there is all manual and it takes a lot of staff time. So we would do a lot of work to generate approximately $22,000 of revenues after the first year for this option. Option 3 would be to increase street maintenance for SMBs. So for every few $100,000 that would be generated annually, it would require a 2.3% increase in the SMD2 fee and increase the average residential fee by $2.90 per year. So to generate the net $730,000 that would be obtained in the opt-out scenario, the average residential property owner impact would be $10.71 per year. So the pros to this option are it is easy, there are no legal issues, there's very little administrative costs, and the funds can be easily increased and decreased. The cons are that everyone has to pay it. The funds are not segregated into a separate fund. They would be in the street maintenance district fund, although they can still be tracked separately. And the big con is they cannot be used for recreational trails. It has to be for those pedestrian facilities and trails in the right of way. So the fourth option we looked at is creating a safe routes to school and trails special district. And this would really need to be done by referendum and go on a ballot. The assessment methodology, however, could be similar to SMDs, and thus the revenues we would generate and the cost to property owners is virtually the same as in the SMD option. However, it does have high upfront costs to get it on the ballot. The pros to this option are the funds are segregated, it is voted on by citizens, it can be broader also than what SMD can be used for and include those recreational trails. It does have some cons though. Specifically, special districts, as you know, and you heard about even earlier tonight, have been under attack in the state legislature. Most likely, there will be restrictions in how much special districts can increase in the future, and will be somewhat limited. So the summary of the four options is shown here. So my hope coming tonight was to provide council with a couple options to choose from. However, we can't recommend the opt-out because of legal concerns. We don't recommend the opt-in because of its inability to generate much revenue. And unfortunately, At this point in time, staff does not actually recommend the special district option, just because of what's going on in the legislature. That doesn't mean you could not choose that option, it just is not staff's recommendation. So the only option that staff is recommending here is to increase the street maintenance district fees to get more safe routes to school and trails that are in the right-of-way done. Also, along those same lines, the arterial construction fee could be increased for the same purpose. The other options that are still available to fund recreational trails is to include it in a parks geo bond and or a mill levy option. And these options for parks were presented to you in March by the Park Department and also the Parks Board. So from a public works perspective, what I'm looking for tonight for direction for public works is that what, if anything, council would like public works to include in its budget for additional safe routes to school, trails, or missing sidewalk funding when we bring our budget back to you in May. Mike Whitaker is also on tonight to take questions about the Parks Geo Bond and mill levy options for the recreational trails funding. And I will turn it over to you, Mayor and Council, for discussion and questions.
Thank you, Jennifer, and Gina, and everybody else who's worked on this analysis. I'll start with some questions, and we'll turn it to Council, and then we'll have public comment and have further discussion by Council. But just kind of factual questions for staff first. Gina, I don't know who else, if Debbie's on, but it goes to the definition of right-of-way. Since the increase of the street fee or arterial street fee was a preferred option from staff, I suppose we could be sometimes creative about right-of-way. Specifically, let me aim at the Stagecoach Trail. It's generally alongside of the Zimmerman Trail, which I guess is in the state right-of-way. But at some place, it's a long ways from the road. Could the Stagecoach Trail, the right-of-way, be defined in such a way as to include the Stagecoach Trail? Anybody have any comments on that?
Mayor, the first thing, and Gina might want to add to this, but the first thing I would say is I should have clarified City of Billings right-of-way. So it would have to be what we can pay for it rather than the state right-of-way. So, you know, anything that's through parkland or not along, you know, city streets and that would not be considered right-of-way.
Okay, unless the city acquired it from the state, I suppose. Other questions for Jennifer? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Jennifer, covering the opt-in option, because I was been opposed to the opt-out option for a while, but I thought the opt-in option was a pretty good idea, but you're saying it's cost prohibitive because only 15% would opt in. Did I understand that correctly?
Mayor, Councilmember Neese, yes, it's costly to run the program, a lot of staff time, so you have a lot of administrative costs coming out of it, and then it does only have a 5 to 15% opt-in rate.
So is that assuming that the opt-in amount would only be $2 or $3 that was projected to collect it? If they're opting in, they actually not opt in for more?
Councilmember Neese, yes, that is just still taking that $2 per month opt-in amount. We could definitely change that, and yes, then of course it would maybe make it more viable to generate more money. On the flip side, then if it was too much, because we would have to have a set amount, or it would basically be adding another full-time person to manage this program for us in all everything they'd have to do with the bills as it came in if it was variable amounts. So, but we could pick, say, $10 if that's what we wanted to do. And then it might actually prohibit some people that would have opted in at a $2 rate though.
Thank you very much. Other questions for staff? Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. This for Jennifer and also for Chris. Tax restrictions and problems. How do they fund Safe Routes to School? It would be my question.
Councilmember Shaw, we had some audio
sorry.
problems there. Would you mind restating your question?
Sure. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. My question is for Jennifer and for Chris. It's how do other Montana cities fund Safe Routes to School like this? Because we're all stuck with the same property tax restrictions and really the same choices. So for Jennifer, my question is in general, and for Chris, I know you've worked in Bozeman, so I'm specifically curious about that. If you could speak to, do the other Montana cities have like one fund for this, or is it kind of a hodgepodge of some comes from street maintenance, some comes from this? Just can you give me
So, Mayor and Council, what I would say in the two other cities I've worked in Montana, really two different issues. One is sidewalks and those traditional pedestrian walkways, sometimes multi-use paths along a right-of-way, of which are primarily funded by, similar to us, ordering them in. Because statutorily, you have that authority to do that. So under Montana law, any and all city councils, town councils have that authority to order in. I've seen some cost share sidewalk replacements to be more aggressive about it. My caution there is picking winners and losers. To, as I've promoted it, and I've promoted it in 3 other towns in my career, it's been a uniform promotion that all sidewalks be shared 25-75 or 50-50, something like that. So I caution, and honestly, I've not heard so much the term safe routes to schools as separating funding mechanisms for pedestrian walkways. So that's the sidewalk side. On the trail side, at least for Bozeman, it was a parks, trails, and open space bond. So that trails, and I think what you heard from Trust for Public Land and what you've heard from your own Parks Department is that our citizens, like many citizens, very highly rate the prioritization of investment in the trail system. But at this point, Billings doesn't have a mechanism where it's funding trail development outside of the right-of-way. So hope that answers the question for you, Kendra.
Thank you. Chris, that's from Bozeman. Do you know about Missoula's experience or any other communities?
I don't. In Kalispell, it was 50-50 sidewalk. That was because we were trying to catch up on sidewalk replacements and sidewalk, and then ordering in sidewalks like Billings, where there were decades of development that were built without sidewalk systems. And many of those developments from the 60s, 70s, and even early 80s didn't include sidewalks, so councils have been primarily using the statute that allows them to order them in to get them installed. Kalispell, here, Billings. I'm assuming that's the most common, as I've not heard of other things, but that doesn't mean Missoula or Great Falls isn't using some other system. But
okay, thank you. Other questions for staff before we go to public comment? Councilmember Neese.
Jennifer, last budget session, or maybe it was the CIP, we talked about increasing the amount of sidewalk build, of ordering in the sidewalks, as Chris said, and I think it was Debbie who mentioned that there's a capacity issue. So what is the capacity amount that the city could order in? I think you mentioned, was it 40 million or 10 million? 40 projects, 10 million in. So what would the maximum amount, kind of like with what we're doing with the water replacement lines, we're doing 10% a year increasing. What could we increase that to get this caught up in X number of years?
Mayor, Councilmember Neese, I think what we talked about is probably the maximum that we could do in a year between staff and also contractors, getting contractors on board because those are limited, is about $1 million per year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. Jennifer, when you had that one slide up, you had several different pockets of money that was coming into the sidewalk program. And I just kind of roughly added stuff up unless it wasn't all added together, but I came up with like 1.65 million a year going into sidewalks and safe routes to school type deals. Was I wrong in that figure? You just said now $1 million a year.
I'm going to share that slide again. Okay, so the sidewalk portion is at the bottom, and that's what I was talking about, limiting that to $1 million per year. But yes, we do put more than that into our pedestrian facilities. And this comes in those three other kind of pots of money. One is the ADA ramps. One is the new pedestrian improvement program that's $100,000 a year for improving crossings. And then the other pot is really with our road projects, so using gas tax and arterial funds, that $900,000. But the sidewalk portion, where we go in and we order in that missing sidewalk program each year, that's the one that's limited to about $1 million.
So follow up, Mayor, please.
Go ahead.
So 900,000 of pedestrian facilities, isn't that mostly sidewalks if it's pedestrian? Or crosswalks or things like that?
Councilmember Ewald, it's yes, it's some sidewalk and some multi-use trail.
Okay, and so all that things on that whole slide get added up and I come up to just over $2 million a year. That's a pretty good chunk of money going into sidewalks and trails. Because if we do a sidewalk replacement, the property owner pays a good percentage of it. So actually we're getting more than $2 million a year when you look at it that way, right?
Councilmember Ewald, those numbers for sidewalks are broke down into what part the city pays and what part the property owner pays. So our investment is the $250,000, and then the property owners pay the $500,000 as an assessment on their taxes.
So,
Okay,
so
thank you.
Jennifer, if you could just clarify the $1 million number that you threw out before, is that new, potential new money, new capacity? Or is that the total which we're already doing and which would suggest no additional capacity?
So, Mayor, Council, the $1 million would be, we could increase that sidewalk portion that we currently spend $750,000 on now between the property assessments and our gas tax money. We can increase it from $750,000 to about $1 million. So a $250,000 increase.
Okay, roughly $250,000 a year. And I assume that if we asked you to go forth and calculate, you could come back with a little more flesh on that option that you recommended, namely what project you would prioritize for that additional $250,000 over the next 5-10 years. Would that be a logical next step if we wanted to go down that path? Pun intended.
So, Mayor, that would be, I assume that you're talking sidewalks only at this point, is that?
You're within the right of way street fee increase.
Okay, so basically all pedestrian facilities is what we're looking at. You know, it might be a multi-use trail. Might be
Right,
sidewalk.
absolutely. Would not exclude trails for sure within the right of way.
Okay, so yes, we could prioritize something for you and bring back what we think the plan would be for the next 5 years. Obviously, everything that's done as a multi-use trail, not everything, but most things that are done in the right of way for the actual multi-use trails are done with road projects. So we prioritize those along with what's already in our 5-year CIP.
Okay, thank you. Other questions for Jennifer? Before we go to public comment, I saw some hands, so Councilmember Rewald, Nice, and then we'll go to public comment.
Okay, I just got a comment I want to make that it isn't going to help the problem now, but it will in the future because we're going to build some more schools. Does the city get together and sit at the same table as the school district when they decide where they're going to build these schools? Because the Chief Medicine Crow up in the Heights seems to me like it was a very poor choice with all the county land mixed in with the city land, and so it's tough to get safe routes to schools because of that purpose. So is that something the city does when the school district wants to build? Do we say, no, you can't do it? And then if it's built in the county, do we say, oh yeah, we'll annex it to the city and we'll assume all the costs that go along with it, which is what happened with Medicine Crow. So just a comment.
Okay, we'll call that just a comment. No staff question answer needed. But Councilmember Nice, certainly a good idea. We're all in favor of communication with school district too.
Thank you, Mayor. And Jennifer, this goes back to the opt-in question because I see Christy Drake from the Trails is here to speak for public comment, so maybe she can address it if she hasn't. But part of the opt-in idea I thought was we would be able to do is share some of that information to allow the Trails group to actually solicit some of the water district customers to opt in on that and give them the ability to actually help the city sell that to the people who want to support parks and trails. Was that discussed in part of the opt-in discussions at all?
Mayor, Councilmember Nice, we discussed not only other our partnering agencies trying to get the word out and get that information out there, and I guess you could call it solicit, but also, we would do our part if that's the direction we went in, getting on social media and doing some campaigns on our side of it too. That is why I didn't go with the 5%. When we have that 5% to 15% range of what people opt in, I actually calculated it using the high end of that, the 15%.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Council, I think we've had plenty of members of the public who are probably out there who want to have an opportunity to comment, so I think we should hear from them before it gets any later. So we'll open up for public comment. This is, we'll look first to anybody who is here in the library, and when we're done there, we'll open it up for Zoom comments. Again, a reminder, anybody on Zoom, you'll need to raise your hand on Zoom, or if you've called in, hit *9 when we get to that point. So please come forward if you'd like to comment on item number 3. Just tell us your name and your address, and we'll ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes or less.
Okay, hello. I'm Claire Oakley, Director of Health Promotion at Yellowstone City County Health Department, that is Riverstone Health. I live on Northridge Circle. I'll read my comments for the interest of time and the clock. Billings needs a dedicated funding source for safer routes to schools to enhance current efforts, which are too slow. And by the way, supporting safer routes to schools supports the ideals of the Better Off in Billings campaign. First, I'll lay out the need for safer routes to school. 1, Billings lacks safe routes in many areas for students to walk, ride, or use a wheelchair. Safer routes and better infrastructure can provide connections to daily needs and opportunities for health and higher quality of life. Number 2, the need for improvements for all elementary, middle, and high schools in Billings greatly outmatches the current pace of development. Rose Park Elementary is one example of needed improvements that, if constructed, could benefit multiple wards, residents, and businesses. Next, I will address why investing in safe routes is a good approach. Number one, economics. And I lead off with this investment strategy because council often uses a business lens. Active transportation investments more than pay for themselves in healthcare and fuel savings, generating substantial savings within a 10-year period. Numerous studies have shown that active transportation infrastructure can boost the local economy by increasing retail sales and property values. Reason number two, safety. Safe routes to schools can reduce traffic injuries and congestion. Academic reasons. Safe routes to school and physical activity can help improve student academic performance and reduce absences and tardiness. 4, equity. Safe routes benefits everyone in our community, but can be especially important for students, older adults, people with disabilities, parents with strollers, and low-income individuals. And 5th, health. Physical activity can reduce risk for heart disease, diabetes, obesity, cancer, and can improve mental health. In conclusion, we need to show current and future residents that Billings believes in and then implements policies that make it a more attractive, safer, and healthier community. One tangible way to do this is through supporting safer routes to school and finding a dedicated funding source. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment. Any other public comments here in the library?
Hi, I'm Christy Drake. I live at 2950 Walden Place, and I represent Billings TrailNet and the 1,300 members who are paid Billings TrailNet. I first want to say it's great to see you all in person. I've missed y'all. Thank you for your commitment to our community. We've been talking with you about funding trails for about 3 years now, and about the unmet demand for filling the demand. As you know, I'm the trail lady, and I'm pretty highly known for being the trail lady, and so I get my ear is to the ground. People talk to me all the time about trails, and my job is really to educate people on trails and how they're funded, and then raise funds for them. What I learn from people is they think that trails just happen, that the city just does it, and they don't realize that there's no dedicated funding mechanism, but they're infrastructure. And so people just think that it's a given that trails would be part of the infrastructure that the city builds. Well, we don't make that kind of money to build at Billings TrailNet. We don't make that kind of money that's hundreds of thousands of dollars every year in demand. And it shouldn't be the job of a nonprofit to build infrastructure for our city. We've been asking you to help find public funding for Safe Routes to School. And I've got so many letters and a Gazette article, and over the years from constituents, from Big Sky Economic Development to hospitals to surgeons. It's a wide gamut. You just saw some emails the other day from people who are asking you to please find a way to fund trails and safe routes to school. I have to remind you that not all safe routes to school are sidewalks or crosswalks. There are safe routes to school that are trails, like the one that's been identified down King Avenue between Ponderosa and Sugar Avenue. That is a trail that needs to exist. People they just can't walk to school. They have to be driven because it's less than 3 miles away. So I'm wondering about the Roundup option with Yellowstone Valley Electric. If they've got the software and the technology to do something like that, why can't we? And does it really cost that much money to create a program like that? The other thing I'll just close with is I've got some data on opting in versus opting out, and also how other communities fund trails. So I am available to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, Melissa Henderson, 525 Park Hill. My roommate, Augie, had to go home. His dad just came and got him. I don't have him stashed away somewhere. But I'm here representing the Healthy by Design Coalition here in Yellowstone County. And our mantra is make the healthy choice the easy choice. And our vision is a vibrant Yellowstone County that is healthy. When it comes to safe routes to schools, I think that's more of that's a national word or phrase that we use to refer to our city's circulatory system for pedestrians and cyclists. When we think about safe routes, we really need to be thinking about the ways that people get throughout our community outside of an automobile. So it is to schools, but it's also to your neighbor's house, it's to your grocery store. I think of the Southside residents I've been working with around food access. Safe routes can also get them to a grocery store in a safe way. And so when we think about safe routes, it's sidewalks, but it's also shared use paths, lighting, signage, traffic calming, crosswalks. It's inviting signage that helps people feel good about their neighborhood pride as well. They don't just benefit youth, they benefit everybody. I know in the pandemic, Lyft actually redirected some of their work and started doing inclusive walking audits of safe routes and really highlighted a lot of needs that even we in the health community were missing. Over the past 2 decades, Yellowstone County and Billings have really focused on safe routes to schools through things like assessments, encouragement. The city has its Kids in Motion trailer to provide bike repair and curriculum. But when Riverstone Health went through and did assessments at a bunch of elementary schools in town, and we asked, what could we do to help encourage kids being active? Because we know that gets them ready to learn, ready on time, active, their brains are functioning. What we heard time and time again from schools was, I don't feel comfortable encouraging that because the infrastructure is not there. Until you have the infrastructure there, I really can't talk about walk to school day or these bike to school day challenges. I don't want to worry about bike racks. I need to make sure that my kids can get here safely first and foremost. And so with that, I would just encourage council to really think about our community and how we want to be seen in terms of safe routes to schools. In our coalition, we have sort of prerequisites for action. It's urgency, leadership, and resources. And so I would implore you to consider the urgency of creating these safe routes for our kids today, the leadership that you all can offer to our community, and of course what we're talking about here tonight, which is the resource. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next comment.
Kevin Nelson, 4235 Bruce Avenue. So I'm not going to go through my document here. I'm going to save that to the end and plow through some of that. But on the safe routes to school, and a funding source is, at least where we live, is the TIF district. And we have a funding source, and the TIF district is there to do that. The route for some of our kids on our street is either down the middle of the street or through the mud because of the missing sidewalk sections that you're going to see later. The Healthy by Design, for our families and their kids to go down, they just have to veer out into the gravel and into the street and into the traffic if they want to go down the street because the sidewalks are missing. We have about 20 kids on our street. Probably half of them are schools age. So if you're looking for a reason, your safe routes to school is a great reason to fund these sidewalks, and the TIF district is your revenue stream that would do that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment on item number 3? I'm not seeing any in the library, so please, if you're watching on Zoom and you'd like to comment, this is the time. Use your raise your hand feature and let Denise Bowman, our clerk, know that you would like to make a public comment. Or if you've called in, hit *9 and that will have the same effect. So Denise, do we have anybody on Zoom?
Yes, Mayor, we have several hands that have been raised. So I will just start with the one at the top, Morgan Miller. Okay, Mr. Miller, go ahead.
Hi, Hi, my name is Morgan Miller, and I'm a resident of the West End at 3637 Marathon Drive. I frequently use the trail system on Shiloh and also walking and rolling infrastructure across Billings to get to work and to other errands like medical appointments and just recreation outside. It's a great way to improve physical fitness and also de-stress. And I'll just kind of second what people have been saying, that it benefits so many people in our community, not just students, not just me, not just older adults. It benefits everybody to invest in this infrastructure. And even just in my active transportation around Billings, I've encountered a lot of unsafe driver behavior. And like others have mentioned, many people don't feel safe encouraging students to travel that way. And so we really do need better active transportation infrastructure and more safe routes to help improve that issue. And then I just think this is something our city needs to invest in so that we can become a more forward-thinking city and one that helps improve the quality of life for all residents. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next person is Jed Barton. Jed, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Again, as the clerk said, my name is Jed Barton, Jedbarton. I live at 3810 Avenue D here in Billings, although I am here this evening mostly in my professional capacity as the Outreach and Government Affairs Coordinator of Living Independently for Today and Tomorrow. As an advocacy and resource center by and for people with disabilities in 18 eastern Montana counties, including Yellowstone County and the city of Billings, LIFT would like to express our support for the use of municipal funds for Safe Routes to School infrastructure project. We believe that safe routes to school infrastructure projects are a critical component of the improvement of transportation safety and accessibility in our community, whether by vehicle, walking, biking, wheelchair, or other mobility device. Everyone should be able to get to and from school safely. Furthermore, our schools are often centrally located within neighborhoods and adjacent or near to parklands and other public facilities, so the benefit to Safe Routes to Schools project go beyond just access to school facilities themselves. And not to mention, I know this was a point of discussion a few years ago when we were building some schools, whether it's still there, is, utilizing our schools more as for community projects and programs as well. Again, part of achieving that goal would be making sure everyone can get to and from school facilities safely. I would thank you for your consideration and would hope that you find a way to add some funds to this much needed project. Thank you.
Okay, the next person we have is Mike Ormsby. Go ahead, Mike.
Hello, everybody. Mike Ormsby, 2930 Walden Place. Number one, thank you all. I appreciate you guys putting in the time to try to figure out how to solve the problem for funding, for trails, and safe routes to school. I know you guys are all trying to figure out the best way to go about it, and I truly appreciate this conversation. Hopefully you guys can figure this out and fix this for Billings. From what I've seen, it seems Billings has a circular problem. We can't go for big infrastructure grants, large ones, $2 million to $10 million projects, because we don't have matching funds and we don't have shovel-ready projects. So it kind of is this thing that the city tends not to go out for things because they know they don't have the money for them. So we're missing out on force multiplying our money. I just would like you guys to also remember the build grant getting the build grant and how exciting that is. Building the inner belt loop and the Skyline Trail was engineered by Sanderson Stewart, paid for by Billings TrailNet. So we had a pre-engineered project, and Billings TrailNet is matching those funds, which helped get the build grant. So I think we all can see the benefit of, you know, multiplying our smaller amounts of money to get larger projects. So I just wanted to call and say thank you guys. Keep up the good work, and hopefully you guys find a solution that works for us all.
Okay, thank you. And the next person is Kathy Aragon. Go ahead, Kathy.
Hello, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Kathy Aragon. I live on 645 O'Malley Drive here in Billings, and I have been involved with promoting safe routes to school since my first child attended kindergarten here in 1997. Billings has a need for a dedicated source for safe routes to school and trails. We've lost the community transportation enhancement program that previously allowed us to plan and also required match dollars, which we were very fortunate to have a community that did match in matching donations, got those federal dollars. I won't reemphasize all the great points that are previously made, but I do agree with them completely, including that important point that Mike Ormsby just made on acquiring large federal or other grants that might be available to us and having that dedicated source so that we can apply for those. The second point that came up with me and all the other parents at school was safety. We've had many incidents where kids have been hit and died. I mean, Lockwood had a student who died. That's why they have a pedestrian safety district. Here in Billings, we've had students who were in ICU for multiple days because they were hit by a car walking or biking to school. We've had some very horrific incidents, and we really need to work harder on finding this dedicated source so that we can improve safety and access to our schools through trails and safe routes to school. The savings, and Councilman Ewald talked about some of the savings and costs of these things and planning with the schools. When we have the same dollars that our community pays out for sidewalks and things like that also could save us money, because then the schools aren't required to have the transportation costs for busing kids. When there isn't a safe route to school, the school district is permissively levying the community for transportation, and their transportation bill on an annual basis is probably, I think, last I looked, about $6 million a year. If we put money into infrastructure and the schools don't need those that safety busing, we then save our community that money. Number 4, the benefits are not just to schools, and other people have made this point, but to the elderly. Everyone, and especially the elderly that take the greatest time to cross the street. They benefit most from infrastructure improvements that shorten the distance across the street and make it safer for our kids and community to walk across the street. I want to thank you all for your service and emphasize again the need for this funding source, and I appreciate you all looking into this and helping us to find a way to solve this problem we have for our community.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, it looks like that is it for public comment.
Okay, thank you, Denise. Thank you, commentators. Back to council. Councilmember Yakridge.
Thank you, Honor. We hear a lot about dedicated funding source, and Ms. Drake, I will take the bite on that, and if I could, Your Honor, ask her briefly to share her ideas on funding source, other than what we just talked about. Your Honor?
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So I did some research with Safe Routes to School earlier last year. Missoula, their trail funding was parks and transportation impact fees, tax increment financing, and I believe some CMAQ. In Whitefish, there's a local option sales tax voters approved for conservation and trails to expand the Whitefish Trail. In Bozeman, the bond in 2012 for trails and open space and parks, and then voter approved bond for 10 to 20 million to fund trails, I believe, yeah. And then other communities in Montana, there's FLAP, and I can't remember what that acronym is for, but it benefits Missoula, Bozeman, Livingston, and Gardner. Oregon, because I'm looking for other communities, there's sales tax from legalized marijuana. And that's also being addressed in our legislature, and they are looking at a 4% revenue from legalized marijuana that would go to parks and trails. In Corvallis, Oregon, there's a transportation maintenance utility fee added to residents' utility bills. And then Colorado, sales tax from legalized marijuana and lottery revenues. So different types of things. Somebody had suggested maybe there's zero fee for going to the landfill here. Maybe there could be a fee for, dumping something at the landfill. It's just, maybe we need to think creatively. We don't want to, if there's a Parks and Trails mill levy, we don't want to make that a problem if that's got a way of passing, but we don't want to confuse the issue. But trails and transportation are a pretty important part, and I don't want to get that confused also with parks.
Thank you.
Does that give you enough information?
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Purington, Boyette, and Wyeth Friday. We'll go in that order.
So I just have a question. Chris, I suppose this would go to you, Gina, that some of the things that Christy said about, putting a charge on or a fee on your utility bill that would go to sidewalks and trails. I think there was, I can't even remember some of the other suggestions, but it's kind of like that franchise fee thing, but I know it's not a franchise fee. Whenever you charge a fee in one utility area, doesn't it have to be used in that area, or can you use it for something totally different?
So, Councilmember Mayor, if you're charging something, if it's presenting itself as a component of water or wastewater or solid waste, it needs to stay in those areas. I think though what can easily be confused is I've had the monthly, we call it commonly utility bill, includes several different components. I think out of habit we call it the utility bill, but some communities have their stormwater fee that way. Some have some of these district charges through a monthly fee. So I think we need to be careful to separate. Absolutely, I don't think anybody's implied we should use the water, literally use a water charge or a wastewater charge or a solid waste charge to funnel money to park or to trails. Right. But the utility bill or the monthly bill that we use, I think there is flexibility there as to what you put on it, provided you follow all the statutory requirements relative to creating. I'll just use a district as an example. This is unpopular or popular as that is, the notion of could you create a district under Montana law or a mill levy, go through all the steps and choose to have it be a monthly bill versus an annual would depend on the mechanism you pick as to how to charge it. So, you need to keep separate. You're right on the right track for sure that nobody has ever implied using one of the utilities as a mechanism to get money into some other purpose or function.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Boyette and then Wyeth Friday.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just reading our notes here, and the sentence says, "The Parks and Recreation Department and Board has also previously presented options for large-scale parks and trail funding through a general obligation bond and mill levy option." I know that Mr. Whitaker is here tonight. I was wondering if he could just address that, because that's an option as well that we haven't discussed tonight.
Okay. Mike Whitaker, you want to take that on? Bigger issue of how this would relate to also park funding.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, a bond, a geo bond or a levy could assist in funding trail projects. Just to touch on what's been said this whole night is that through our needs assessments and our comp plan, recreation trails is usually in the top first or second place as needs for the parks and recreation system. But yes, you could definitely use a geo bond or a levy to support trail development.
Councilmember Boyette, do you have any follow-up there? Or?
No, sir, I just wanted that to be brought out.
Okay, thank you. Wyeth Friday, our planning director.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. And I just wanted to add in and sort of reinforce a little bit one of the main important points here, and that is that the discussion about the doing improvements, pedestrian improvements, and all that was presented in regarding areas of in the right of way. I think, yeah, absolutely. If there was interest in increasing some of that to be able to do more development and more infrastructure for pedestrian facilities in the right of way, that is a very good idea. But I want to really emphasize the challenge we have here is there is not a funding source outside the right of way right now. And that is really causing our biggest challenge, because when we have, and Mr. Ormsby kind of alluded to this, but when we have recreational trail program grants or transportation alternative program grants, or potentially even a match to a park funds from parks, or potentially Recovery Act funds, if you don't have funds that have that flexibility that they can work outside of the right of way, we can't get, do those projects. We can't match those grants. And so I just want to reinforce that's where, we're back to kind of the bonding and the levy, where you have flexibility, although those also have limitations. So you have to be very strategic about how you decide to do those. But back in the days when we had the CTEP program, which was a federal funding program for trails, non-motorized facilities. We got a certain allocation every year from through the state of Montana, but it was federal funds. We had for a while a GO bond that we actually used as local match leverage, and then we also were able to match with some of the other, when we had something that was parks or along the road. But I just want to emphasize that, because yeah, we should do and we can continue to do some excellent work in the right of way. But when we have these areas in parks or areas that aren't in the right of way but are adjacent and different locations, we are really challenged right now because there is no flexible local funding. So thank you.
Thank you, Wyeth, for raising that point. Can I just make one comment or suggestion, and that is, when staff identifies a potential grant opportunity, that it always consider bringing that to the council to discuss specifically. And even if there doesn't appear to be a source of matching dollars. My reason for suggesting that is that, one, it will remind us of this problem, and we'll be able to judge how frequently the problem comes up, and I think we need that reminder. But two, you never know. There might be a source of city dollars, although I don't think we would want to substitute $1 of policing for $1 of new trail construction, typically. We might be willing to give up 20 cents worth of policing or parks general fund or city council contingency dollars in exchange for a full dollar of new trail construction, because you're leveraging with those matching dollars. So it's not a one-for-one trade-off, and you never know. And then I guess thirdly is, if we know about those opportunities, there might also be an opportunity for private donations, and we could help raise those to provide a city match if we know about those opportunities. But I guess that's just my point, that don't assume no without bringing it back to the council would be my suggestion. Councilmember Ronnie.
Thank you. So Jennifer, no reflection on you, but your presentation was just depressing. It was just depressing. No reflection on you, though. You did a good job. I don't think, having served on city council now for 3.5 years, I've never heard a council member that doesn't want safe routes to schools. Not one. I've not heard anyone ever express they don't want it or not believe what we've heard in the presentation about how important they are. What I hope members of Billings who live here, people that are here, giving public comment, I hope everyone heard just how complicated the funding is in regard to the decisions the city has to make. We have very few options. And the state doesn't give us an enormous number of options on how we invest in our city in regard to trails and parks and things like that. We are very restricted. And so I hope that the city is not the only one being lobbied by Billings TrailNet and Riverstone Health. I hope you are meeting on a continuous basis with state legislators that represent Billings. I also hope, because I think Councilman Ewalt's suggestion on making sure that the city is at the table when new schools are being proposed. I hope it's not just the city. I hope every single Yellowstone caucus representative in the state is at that table also, to understand decisions that are made at the state level, how they impact local communities and how we invest. So with that said, one of my recommendations, Jennifer and Chris, is we put together a what is now showing to be a very successful piece of legislation moving forward in this particular legislative session on public safety. My encouragement is that we meet with state legislators moving forward for 2023 in how municipalities can invest in these very elements within our cities. So my encouragement is that we continue to have that same type of conversation for investment in these infrastructure projects, because I absolutely believe with Billings TrailNet, nonprofit organizations should not be funding infrastructure at the city level. I don't have a lot of answers tonight other than it feels to me like we're being really pushed in the direction of a mill levy or the GO bond. And I wish there were other options that just seemed readily available. But it feels like we're not getting a whole lot being recommended to us tonight. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Council Member Neese, and then Chris Kukulski.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I'm glad you brought that up about the grants, because I don't think I've ever heard of any grants that we couldn't participate in because we didn't have the funds, because I think that it was not too long ago we had enough money in reserves to fund this building of Centennial Park at $2 million when we didn't have any funds. So I think we have a lot of reserves at times that I think we've dipped into in good causes. So it would be very helpful to know if we are missing any kind of grants out there. I don't think we have, so I don't think there's an issue with having to have that dedicated matching fund at this moment. We have it in reserves if we absolutely had to have it. And so that, I'm glad you brought that up, and I would say that as we heard tonight, the staff said they can't build any more than $1 million a year in sidewalks. They're doing $750,000 now. So I would make a motion that we increase that to $1 million, the 250,000 more, so we increase that 500,000 to 750, and then the city has the other 250, and at least that portion of it can go. Even if we cap it at $1 million, I'm sorry, I made the motion. I'll leave it at that. So I'll speak to the motion later.
Okay. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second the direction.
Direction. I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah,
it's direction to
right.
staff.
It's really, I guess, to put that back to staff to flesh out the details of what that would look like, prioritization, other details. Go that next step. I'll recognize Councilmember Tricky, but I mentioned Chris Kukulski first, so Chris and then Councilmember Tricky. And we'll come back to discussion on the motion, of course.
So I'll keep my comment just to the motion, and then if later I can come back just so we don't confuse things. That was one of the components I was going to point out, is it's not really rocket science when it comes to the right-of-way piece, and Wyatt is right. The tougher is the non-right-of-way. In the right-of-way, you can order in another 250, and you can be more aggressive with suburban. Not all your TIF districts have resources to do more, but I think your motion right now would clearly head towards what Jennifer is saying, is we think the cap is probably about $1 million a year. And this is clearly a route that you have. Now, to be clear, this isn't creating some revenue source to go fund 250 more sidewalks. This is you identifying the sidewalks and you ordering them in to right-of-way public streets where they're missing in the community.
And Mayor, if I may speak to the motion.
Well, okay, if I just clarify that, Chris, my understanding from the staff recommendation is, SIDs would be one source of funding for those potentially, but that an increase of the street special district would be a way to generate that extra $250,000. So in that way, it is an additional funding source. Is that something I've got wrong?
No, actually, it was one of the three I was going to identify as more funding within the right-of-way. One is, do you want to increase do you want to get more aggressive with arterial projects that include sidewalk or pedestrian walkways along them? Secondly, you want to order in more sidewalks, what we've just talked about. And then the third piece I had was the TIF piece that was brought up. So I'm not sure. I need Jennifer to help me differentiate between the ordering in 250 more versus, I think, using the arterial increase in the arterial fee as a method to get more sidewalks done in the community.
Okay, I'm going to take it back to our movement. Councilmember Deese, after this discussion, he wanted to clarify his motion a little bit. Councilmember Deese?
Yeah, and I guess my motion would be, and this would be fleshed out later on, but it was really, again, my priority is safe routes to school. So the idea is to really target those areas around the schools to get that many more sidewalks done around there. And if we did that, it would take us still 40 years at this rate. But this is just one small piece of it. We'll have to look for other funding source, but I think we should max this out on this portion of it as what we can.
Okay, so I'm hearing you, a lot of discretion to staff to make some more specific proposals. Yes. Okay. Gina, do you want to comment for, and then Councilmember Boyette? Was there anything you wanted to add? Or I'm sorry, I said Gina, but Jennifer Dre.
Yes, Mayor, Council, I just wanted to kind of clarify a couple things. But first I'll say I'm sorry I depressed you. It is a hard subject because we don't have the funding on that recreational trail side, so there just wasn't great options there. But on the right-of-way side, that $250,000 that we could increase the missing sidewalks, that would be partially assessed and partially gas tax, because usually there's about 25% to 75% is kind of the ratio on average from gas tax to assessed. So we would need about $62,000 roughly in additional money on the city side to do that. And we could obtain that through street maintenance district funding. Then the other part of it is on Safe Routes to School. The other portion is we could do more more safe routes to schools. That does not have to mean, I think other people pointed out, it does not have to mean sidewalks. It can be crossings and different things that we're doing. We could increase that funding as well too through street maintenance districts.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Boyette, you had your hand up.
Yes, sir, thank you. We had a discussion several months ago about Boulder Avenue that really needed sidewalks, and I thought we heard then that we could order the citizens there to build sidewalks. Was that correct or not?
Yes, Mayor and Council, you have the statutory authority to order in sidewalk or curbs. Well, neither of those, the statute doesn't give the property owners, candidly, the option to protest out of that, unlike creating a special improvement district. So if you're ordering in sidewalks, you have that authority. Now, politically, that there's a sensitivity there from an affordability for the homeowner, but technically by law, and you do, it is one of your primary routes for getting sidewalks into the gaps that exist all over town is ordering them in each summer. Right now at about $500,000 is kind of our target number right now, if I understand Jennifer correctly in our conversations. So whether it's the street you just named or all the others, they all fall into that. I think trying to hit this, can we get to about $1 million a year and see if we can get a sustainable, I guess, contractors and individuals building out that much sidewalk.
Okay, thank you. Just as a reminder to council, we do have a motion on the table, which is to direct staff to investigate the street maintenance increase combined with assessments and prioritize some additional projects, predominantly sidewalks in right-of-way, but they also might be a trail within a right-of-way, crossings, etc.
I made a second comment.
And Councilmember Yakovich made a second. Further discussion on the motion. Councilmember Tricky, and then Councilmember Ewald.
I guess I'm not totally clear. Right now, what we're doing here with this motion is directing staff to increase the amount of sidewalks that we're building, but not specifying any source of additional revenue for it. Is that correct?
I think it's correct to say that the motion is not specific as to any particular sidewalk, and it does set a general goal based on additional spending. But the funding sources would be a combination of property owner payments and additional city dollars contributed by an increase of the street maintenance assessment that's applicable to everybody in the city. That's my understanding. Jennifer, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong. Nobody's waving hands, so I guess that's a fair summary.
Yeah, sorry.
Does that give you the clarity or lack of clarity, Councilmember Tricky, that you thought we're dealing with here?
I just want to make sure that we're not moving money out of the gas tax for this, because that is already an area that we're falling behind, and I don't want to contribute to falling even further behind on that. And in fact, the whole point of my bringing this up really was for us to figure out new forms, look at how we would increase revenue specifically for these projects and not take money away from existing projects. So if any money has to come from existing projects, when we vote on it, I'd like to know what those projects are that are being shorted when we do that.
Jennifer Drake, can you just comment on the gas tax relevancy to this, and then Councilmember Joy?
Mayor and Council, if we move forward with increasing this sidewalk project by $250,000 and we don't have a corresponding increase in street maintenance district fees of about $62,000, it would have to come out of gas tax. To not use gas tax money, we would need to increase street maintenance district funds for that city portion of the sidewalks.
Okay, but the increase of the street fee is within staff's proposal, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And I just wanted to be clear on this motion. Is this for missing sidewalks or safe routes to school? As far as I remember in the presentation, I'm not sure that Safe Routes to School has identified projects that the 250,000 could go to. But I won't speak because I'm not sure of that answer. But I just want to be clear. Missing sidewalks, Safe Routes to School. Identified project for Safe Routes to School. Thank you.
And staff, give us some direction on how they would attempt to prioritize any additional $250,000 of spending.
Mayor and council, if the motion is strictly on missing sidewalks, I would need to get with engineering and figure out which areas would be next as far as ordering in sidewalks. If we're talking more about safe routes to school projects, we did have a list, and I can share it now if you'd like, in the presentation as probably the next 5 safe routes to school projects that we would want to complete. I think the total there is about 280,000 is what we have in there. Does anybody want me to bring up that list again?
Does anybody want to see that list? Not hearing anybody. We may come back to that though, Jennifer. It sounds like it could be either just replacing missing streets or a focus on safe routes to school. That has not been clarified yet. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. We've had discussion about the missing sidewalk program that we've asked staff in the past to, and I think I've heard Debbie say this, they actually prioritize missing or safe routes to school in the missing sidewalk program. And I don't know if Debbie is on there or not, or if Jennifer, you can confirm that, but my understanding was that they do prioritize safe routes to school when they're looking at missing sidewalks. And I would like to see them prioritize it more, but that's my understanding that's included in that. Is that correct, Jennifer, or is Debbie on there?
Yeah. Councilmember Neese, that is correct. When we're prioritizing missing sidewalk projects, it is first for areas around schools. The second priority is arterial and collector streets, and then the third priority is other areas that we see high pedestrian traffic.
Thank you.
Thank you. Elise, did you want to add to that? And then Councilmember Yakovich.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to the discussion that planning has a Safe Routes to School study coming up where we're going to look at routes to all 22 Billings Public Schools, elementary schools. So I think this is a really great time because that'll be a way for the public to give their input and prioritize projects in a very timely manner for this discussion. So that could help us, find some new, very timely projects. The other thing I wanted to add in terms of the matching funds, we actually have for trails not within the right of way, we actually have a really interesting case right now. I, on behalf of the city, applied for a recreational trails program grant. I asked for $100,000 to construct the trail between 21st Street West and Woody Drive. It's just north of Rose Park and the BBWA Canal. There's a bunch of, there's a couple senior living facilities over there. There is a Housing Authority of Billings property located over there. It would help people access trails really close to their house and also get to Rose Park for more recreational access. It's also close to the Billings Catholic School. So anyway, so I applied for that grant. I got a notice that we were awarded $44,000 towards the construction of that grant, which should be very exciting. But That's about 44% of the project, which is it's a small piece anyway. So it's going to be a very small piece that we would be able to construct with that. And right now I'm trying to come up with $60,000 to make the rest of that happen. So things like that, it would be great to have a matching source for that. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We want to make sure we find that extra 60. Councilmember Yakwich, you had your hand up.
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to call the question.
Okay, thank you. So the motion again is, we'll proceed to a vote on whether to vote. The motion again is for that 250, move down that, direct staff to move in that direction, that extra $250,000. We'll now proceed to vote on the question, whether to vote. All in favor of proceeding on the vote now as opposed to continuing discussion? Raise your hand. Voting in favor are council members, it's unanimous. So we'll proceed to vote on the motion. Is the motion clear to everybody? Or clear enough? Okay, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor, are council members Cole, Ewalt, Ronning, Yakwich, Puritan, Boyette, Neese, Joy, Treaky, Brown, Shaw. Motion passes unanimously. That's just for this component. Any other discussion on this item 3? We haven't resolved this depressing topic, as Councilmember Ronning reminds us. How would you like to proceed, Council? Are we done for the evening, or is there further discussion? Obviously, we have more to discuss at some point. Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. I would advocate for us. I would like some more time to think and talk about some of these options, especially with other council members. So I would advocate for us to end the discussion on this tonight, give us some more time to have those conversations, and then we can come back and maybe make a decision.
Okay. Any other direction to staff to how to keep the ball moving? Any points of further investigation or anything like that? Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I would hope that Jennifer could share her slides so we can read through it further and be clearer on the options, the pros and the cons. Thank you.
Go ahead, Jennifer.
All right, I'm pulling it up. Councilmember Joy, was this the slide that you wanted to see with the various options?
Councilmember Joy.
Yes, that is the slide that I was talking about. It is like Councilmember Ronning already described. We can see the pluses and the minuses to each of those, and I just want to be clear, the staff recommendation at this point is for an increase in the street maintenance district assessment.
So, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sort of that third column. Yeah, that's our understanding. Jennifer, are we in agreement? And
Yes, that is the staff's recommendation for these options.
okay, Chris, you want to comment further?
So can you clarify for me, Jennifer, that the limiting component there is it's all within the right of way, am I correct?
Yes, we're still limited by it in the right of way, and we still don't have great options other than, you know, what we talked about previously with geobonds and mill levy for those recreational trails.
Yeah, I'm sorry. If I could, Mayor and Council, it really is. I mean, it's these are very difficult decisions, but they're not really that complicated. Your options are bonding or mill levies. And we're 10 days away, it appears, maybe 2 weeks away from knowing what the legislature has done and if that changes our district discussion going forward. So I for some context, and these are really loose, but 1 mil generates a little over $200,000. 1 mil cost, I don't know how much I'm rounding up, but I think 1 mil costs the typical landowner in town about $3 a year, and I think I'm being generous. I think I'm rounding high there. You think it's 4? So let me just say, at 10 to 12 bucks a year, you're talking about generating 700, the kind of money that's talked about in this presentation. So that would, if you had, whether it be a mill levy or paying a debt on a bond, that's the kind of dollars just for the trail piece. And I'll say in Bozeman's case, their $15 million Parks, Trails, and Open Space bond, it was not $15 million for trails. It was $15 million for parks, trails, and open space. But $15 million went a lot further just 7 years ago than it does today. So just a little bit of context on as you think about mill levy, bonding, and future park funding, or trail funding, I'm sorry.
I guess I'd pose a question for staff and council, which is, as we consider that possible park bond issue or park mill levy, is there agreement that it should include a trail component? Is there any disagreement about that? Is that our assumption? Obviously, we have to balance this other issue out there of public safety and decide whether how those work together, whether public safety leads, whether there's some sort of a hybrid that frees up dollars for public safety, all of those issues. But to the extent that we're looking to fund potential park construction, are we also equally interested in funding trail construction at the same time? That seems to be the implication, but I just want to make sure that that's the thinking. Is there any disagreement with that, I guess? Or confirmation? Hands, Council?
Jennifer,
Are
can you
you
pull off
talking
the
rec-
sharing? So
Thank you. Are you talking about recreational trails, or are you talking about part of the Safe Routes to School trail?
Here I'm talking about trails outside of the right-of-way. That's how I guess I would define it. Councilmember Ronning and Councilmember Neese.
Thank you. Chris, I absolutely understand your point about what a mill costs, but I'm also sitting here thinking about the fact that we've just given direction about raising water rates and understanding that the county's going to be raising rates and the state's going to be raising rates, and we've got all these little incremental rates that just continue to increase. So it's not like just $10 for someone. That $10 adds to a whole lot of other $10 that gets combined together. And we have serious crime problems happening in our city right now. And so I really beg residents, really beg people to understand these are difficult decisions, and it's not a $10 decision. It's a very big decision. But I guess to answer your question, Mayor Cole, I think the community has been very clear in their passion and desire for trails. And my hope is that as a community and as a city, we would move in that direction, that we would include trails in our parks, and that would be all inclusive. So that would be my encouragement along that line.
Thank you. Councilmember Neese, you had your hand up?
I did, thank you, Mayor. And I agree with Councilwoman Ronnie that, we don't want to, as you said also, Mayor, that we don't want to suffer public safety for trails, but when it goes to the vote of the people, I think the people will support the trails. They will support the parks. This is something that we talked about last year, and we wanted to go for a parks fund, which included a portion of that dedicated for trails. And I think that, yes, I agree with that. That was something that I proposed last year to do, and I hope that we can do it this year again.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Just a reminder, we've got 2 more items ahead of us, so we're going to have to move on at some point. Councilmember Trickey.
Yeah, so I do want to thank staff for the amount of time and energy they put into this. I was hoping for better news on the on the opt options. But having, listened in on some of the conversations, I understand why we ended up where we're at. I also understand why the special district is kind of like up in the air at this point. So I guess the best thing we can do at this point is to go with the SMDs, with the hope that something else comes out of the woodwork in the near future. And definitely as we talk about parks and those other funding things that are going on, hopefully we'll come up with something better. But I do hope that we don't have to use the gas tax. Thanks.
Thank you. Anything else before we conclude this item? Okay, I would hammer my gavel, but I don't think I'm supposed to do that or have to do that. We'll deem item 3 resolved, not resolved. We just got to move on. So we've accomplished something there. Hopefully, more to be determined. Thank you for members of the public who commented and spent their time with us on this issue. Move then to item number 4, Energy and Conservation Commission update and possible lead designation for the city. Lou Engels from Public Works is our presenter. Chris, should I turn it to Lou, or did you have anything as way of introduction?
No, let's turn it over to Louis, and we'll get moving.
Louis, all yours.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for the opportunity to present tonight our semi-annual update, and hopefully we have some much more positive news for you based on our previous agenda items. So what I'm going to do first is just remind everybody what the Energy and Conservation Commission is. It's formed of 7 citizen members who have experience in energy and conservation, whether that's to water, solid waste, energy, and we have 7 of those members and 2 staff liaisons, myself and Jessica Iverson. It was formed in 2019 with the goal of doing a resource inventory, which we've completed, and Glenn will talk about that tonight, as well as developing a plan for the future and a timeline to help Billings become more resource efficient. So I'm going to now hand it off to Glenn and share my screen here. Glenn, are you on?
I am. Thank you, Louis, for the introduction.
Glenn, we're not hearing you if you're still with us. Still not getting any audio from you, Glenn.
Glenn, are you muted by chance, Glenn?
I'm on now. Can you hear me?
It's
Yeah.
it's very broken up. I don't know if you have a way to turn off your screen, if that will help your bandwidth and just improve your audio.
Let's try that.
We did hear you there.
Let's try that. Can everybody?
Nope. Sorry, still very broken.
Can we just dial it?
Yeah, can you dial to a phone number?
You know.
Would you like to
Hey,
take
Randy,
a 5-minute break?
would you mind
and then let them
jumping in just because I know Glenn's on vacation?
Sure. Would you guys like another break?
Sure.
Okay. We're going to take a very quick break. It's about 9:40. We'll try to get back in about 5 minutes. Hopefully we can resolve the technical problems between now and then. still hear us, call, do you prefer that Glenn call Lewis or call? Call to order our council meeting. Bear with us for just a minute while we round up the cats. There must be a mouse afoot because we have relatively few cats.
They found the coffee.
This is a work session, they don't all have to be here.
Yeah, good point. All right, we're gonna proceed, but the first item up is our agenda here. Item number 5 is our purchasing resolution. During our break, I had a conversation with the city administrator and the assistant city administrator. Neither believes that is time sensitive. And so I guess the suggestion would be that we have a vote to change our agenda to put off item number 5 to another work session or business meeting, depending on what staff recommends, and that we encourage the members of the council to offer any commentary on the proposed new policy and resolution by email so that we can make some progress, maybe just by email on that item. So, council, what's your preference? Would you like to, is there a motion to remove item 5 from our agenda, or do you want to proceed? Realistically, it's about 10 minutes to 10. The next item is going to take at least 20 minutes. We'll be, well after 10 before we would get to item number 5. Council, how would you like to proceed? Motion, Councilmember Shaw, or discussion, then Councilmember Brown?
Yes, I would make a motion to move item number 5 to a future work session or regular business session under the discretion of staff.
Councilmember Brown? Second. Okay. Is there discussion on the motion? Councilmember Neese?
This is a question for Gina. Can we, I know we can make motions to direct staff, but I didn't think we could do anything other than that. This is a motion to, other than directing staff.
Well, because this is a work session, the agenda is actually much less strict. It's, you can change the agenda within your work session much more freely.
Because our city policy only says the only motions we can make is to direct staff.
Well, I'll find the section with regard to work session.
Yeah, and that could be, I'd be surprised if we don't always have the ability to change our agenda. That seems like kind of an essential part of just running our own business. Councilmember Neese.
I think that this has been advertised and published, and I think we should we can always bring it back to a work session, but I think we need to hold public comment on it, and then we can always not discuss it ourselves and move on. But this is on the agenda, it should be held for public comment.
If I could.
Gina, go ahead.
Thank you. Section 2-226 subsection C refers to the city council work sessions. The city administrator shall prepare the agenda for work sessions to be used in public notices based upon input from the mayor, city council members, and city staff. Work sessions shall be informal meetings conducted by the mayor who may alter the agenda during the meeting based upon the consensus of those present.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So it's up to me, but I am required to seek consensus. So give me your consensus. We'll do that by some sort of a vote, but also discussion. Any other discussion?
Just
Councilmember Parrington?
Well, just a question on a work session. Do each of the items have to have a public comment, or that's just?
I think any public meeting, there needs to be an opportunity for public comment.
On the individual items?
Not necessarily, no. That's just the way we've done it to be clearer for people. Any other discussion on the proposed change? Okay, well, let's go ahead and give me a show of hands. How many would like to put this item off, item number 5? Looks like we've got a clear majority if it's not unanimous. So that's what we'll do. Staff, you tell us when you want to bring item number 5 back.
And I just simply ask if any of you, with the memo, with the background information, there are like a half a dozen policy decisions and they're squarely policy. Any feedback you want to give us in writing will just help us mold it for the discussion with you, whether work session or regular meeting. Thank you.
Great, so we can have some discussion that way.
Question, Mayor.
Councilmember Purinton?
So Chris, Jessica wasn't going to give any additional information than what was in the packet?
Yeah, she certainly had a presentation, but I think you really have the meat of the critical policy components in the memo.
Okay, Kevin, you've worked on this?
Yeah, one add for clarification, Jessica did put together a nice flow chart kind of explaining the process that we're suggesting, so we will send that out.
Perfect.
Great. Okay, thank you. Jessica, sorry to keep you with go to bed.
Can you repeat what Kevin just said? We couldn't hear it.
Kevin, I'll just repeat it. Kevin said that Jessica has put together a PowerPoint that shows the normal process for seeking appraisals and sort of he referred to as a flow chart. And they will be sending that out for council consideration. Jessica just turned on her camera. Do you want to add anything to that, Jessica?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I did have just a 4-slide slideshow that just showed the purchase procedure flow chart and then also summarized the major changes that we were proposing. Those are the policy decisions that Chris referred to. So I can just send that out to you all and you can have that additional information and provide us some feedback.
That would be great. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on then with item number 4, Energy Conservation Commission update. Louis, you had started us. Go ahead.
Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. I'm going to go ahead and introduce Randy Hafer. Many of you know Randy. He has decades of experience in both energy and conservation, and he is our vice chair of the commission. Glenn, due to some technical difficulties, who is the chair of our commission, was going to present tonight, but we have a pitch hitter in Randy who's going to present. So go ahead, Randy. Take it from here.
Okay, thank you, Louis, and good evening, Mayor and Council. And by the way, Glenn's primary technical difficulties, he's sitting on a beach in Mexico. So the internet is really far away there. So what we want to talk about
We're sympathetic,
tonight,
but we're not that
Conservation
sympathetic.
Commission, if we go to the next slide, Glenn. The commission was created with 3 primary objectives. One is to complete a resource inventory. Go ahead and hit the check, which we did, and we reported to you about 6 months ago. Second step is to recommend a roadmap to conserve resources and lower cost, and then recommend implementation, or to create a recommended implementation roadmap. So we are currently on the second step, as that says, and we've learned a great deal of interesting information as a result of the inventory that we created or completed. So next slide. So among those things, we discovered the city is already doing a lot of really great work. And currently, the city is spending about $7.15 million in annual energy costs, which includes $608,000 in annual energy savings from projects that have been done over most of them in the last 10 years, a few of them that preceded that. So we would be up to $7.75 million a year in energy costs if we hadn't done these energy saving things. So that was one kind of startling thing that we discovered. And if we move on to the next slide, just in summary, what we really discovered that was critically important to us is that conservation is really baked into the city's operational psyche, and it aligns really well with our Montana values of natural resource conservation and fiscal responsibility. And key to that is that the city has proved that sustainability can be achieved while reducing costs.
So that $600,000 a year in energy savings is 112 different electric energy efficiency projects over that last time period. There's also something new, which is a new, just recently completed water reclamation aeration system at the water treatment plant that's saving about another $57,000 a year, which also included some variable frequency drive motors that are saving us a lot of money. There's an innovative biogas facility at the landfill, which is generating lots of, not free, but mostly, well, it's otherwise greenhouse gas emissions that we're converting into usable fuel. And we're in the process of converting the city garbage fleet to liquefied natural gas. We, the city, have installed LED light fixtures throughout city facilities, including parking garages, the airport, and a huge number of other buildings in the city. We're looking at water conservation, some of which has already happened, where the parks are taking advantages of ditches for irrigation instead of using treated city water. There are 2 city-owned LEED Platinum certified buildings in downtown, the library and the Met Transit Center. And then the new West End water treatment plant and reservoir will save another $200,000 to $300,000 a year on electric costs. So all of this stuff is what we've been doing. And I think that in a lot of cases, people don't really realize what the city has been up to. I mean, you hear about a project and then you forget about it the next time you hear about another one. But when you look at them all together, it's a pretty exciting development. So if we go to the next slide, we decided when we got into all of this stuff that we were just curious how we stood compared to other communities in the country and in the region. And we looked at a couple of programs and came up with this LEED for Cities as one that really was a good opportunity for us to be able to benchmark ourselves. And so as we began to dig into that program, which is what we want to talk about tonight, we'll go to the next slide. Okay, so this is the LEED, which is Leadership in Energy, Energy and, how could I forget that? And Environmental Design, wow. Okay, so it's late, people. Sorry about that. Little brain freeze there. Anyway, the LEED program for cities and communities is a whole community approach, and 7 of the 9 categories are listed here. There are 2 others that aren't listed, which are innovation and regional priority, but the first 6 of the 7 that are listed are all within the purview of the commission. So planning, parks and open spaces, transportation, water efficiency, energy, and waste are all things that the commission has been digging into, and where that we've discovered that the city's really doing pretty great work in all of those areas. The quality of life one is obviously critical to the quality of life in the community. It addresses issues concerning crime, education, income disparity, housing, those kinds of things. And we have begun conversations with a whole array of potential partners in the community to help us with that part. And so the system, it's a points-based system, and there are 4 levels of certification ranging from certified to silver to gold to platinum. And now there's a little arrow that's supposed to pop up. And what we discovered when we took an initial look at this program is that the city as it stands right now is at least a LEED silver rated city. And we thought that was a very exciting thing to discover. If we jump to the next page, next slide, we think it's exciting because of a whole bunch of things. First of all, it's a recognized program, and we think that we should pursue it because of the recognition that it can provide for the exemplary work in sustainability and cost reduction that we've already done. It brands the city as a leader in sustainable governance around the country. It demonstrates a commitment to conservation, resilience, and quality of life. And one of the really key things is that by using this framework, it really puts all of the city operations and city functions inside a picture frame, if you will. It allows you to look at all of this stuff together, and everything that's been discussed tonight can really benefit from this kind of a constant overview of what's going on in the city. In addition, the city has already proven that sustainability can reduce costs, and currently there are only 120 cities globally that are certified at any level. So if we can come in at silver, that would be very exciting, and it would certainly put us in a place regionally. The closest cities that have been certified are Boise and Denver, nobody else in Montana. So there's some bragging rights here that we can talk about a little more in just a second. And then if we jump to the next slide, so whoops, where'd that one come from? That's not in my slide deck. Okay, so we'll stop here, or we'll go through this one anyway. So where we are right now, we're looking at a strategy where we are today is the 2021 column. And as you can see, the little boxes are things that are in the strategic plan, the CIP, or some augmented programs that the commission will eventually recommend. And if you look in the first column, we're already at that LEED silver level. And with what's really in the CIP and the strategic plan right now, already planned, we can, over a period of time, get the city up to a platinum level. And again, this is what's already going. This is the momentum that we already have. It's the direction we're already moving. We just think that's hugely exciting. And it's being able to see all of this stuff within this picture frame is going to be a great thing for everybody, for the community to understand what the city does and how that works to everybody's benefit. And also really to celebrate what we've been doing. And it's going to represent some significant bragging rights for Billings too, in terms of how the rest of the state perceives us, and gives us an opportunity to start telling our own story in a very positive way. So next, now I'm not sure what I'm going to get. Okay, this is the one I was expecting. So the breaking news here is that the city has been awarded a grant by the U.S. Green Building Council. We had an opportunity where we were invited to submit an application for this grant, which is a local government leadership program that LEED does every year. They invite communities to apply, and they select a cohort of 15 cities around the country, and they provide two things with this grant. The first is a waiver of fees. So there's an application fee and a certification fee that total $10,500. So if we accept this award, those fees are waived. And then in addition to that, USGBC provides us with 12 months of technical assistance to help us get certified. We've already, as a commission, really done a lot of the heavy lifting. So if we look at that flow chart, starting at the top, this is the 12-month program through LEED. So getting organized and receiving training, we've done a lot of that. We haven't started documenting the points yet, but we do have the background information on them. So that's going to be a quicker than 2-month process for us. Then the next box to the right, the gather data and report on prerequisites. Again, we've done a lot of that work already. Then there's a review and certification process. That's what LEED does with what we submit to them, but they will help us get to that place. Then we get to celebrate and communicate how we're doing. And then after that, again, the intention here is that this isn't an end result, but it puts us on a path that we can continue down to increase our certification as the city continues to do the great work that it's already doing. So we would probably look to recertify, well, whenever we're ready to be gold and or platinum, we'd go through a recertification process. But it's really a way to celebrate what we've been doing, to acknowledge how the plans that are already in place in front of us are leading us to a more sustainable, more cost-effective city, and be able to recognize that and really use that to our benefit. from all kinds of points of view. So if we go to the next slide, and I'm talking really fast, sorry, but it's late. So this was one of Glenn's little arrows, which is pretty cool, but we start down on the left with the update. That's tonight. The next bubble there on the arrow is next Monday at the business meeting, where we want to have this grant award on the consent agenda to be accepted. The next bubble after that is where we align our work as the commission with the volunteer group, which includes folks ranging from the Chamber and Big Sky ED to Healthy by Design to the school district, the Housing Authority, the police department, all the different groups that are involved with quality of life issues to provide and help assemble the data that we need to put together documentation for that section of the program. Then following that, we integrate the long-term strategy into the LEAD framework, and we achieve certification and implement the plan. So that's kind of what we're looking at doing over the next 12 months. So next slide. The next steps, again, the first thing is that the city has already done a lot of the heavy lifting for this program. And part of it is, and again, I think, well, for me anyway, I like to think I know what's going on around here, but I was pretty blown away by a lot of what we discovered. And one thing that's really true is that there's an incredible amount of very useful and interesting data in every single city department. So once we understood what the metrics were for different points within this program, we just had to ask questions, and there it is. So city's doing a great job. It's also being recorded, and so that information is there. We just have to pull it together. The city council, as I mentioned, needs to consent at the next business meeting next week to formally accept the grant. We have had a conversation with the USGBC. They understand that that's our time frame, and that we haven't done anything official until that's done. But then, so they're waiting for us. And then after that, the commission is committed to pursuing this 12-month certification process, and we're definitely raring to go. Everybody on the commission is very excited about this. All of the prospective partners that I just mentioned have been talked to. They're very excited about this. And we would really like to recommend, or strongly recommend, that the council move forward with accepting this grant and cutting us loose. And we're going to do great things, and y'all are already doing great things, and this is just going to help us to be able to really recognize that and understand in ways that we don't necessarily clearly understand right now, not only how we're doing things internally in the kind of mixed up big picture, but how we're doing nationally and regionally as well. So I think that's the last one. Louis? Yes. Okay.
Yeah,
There you go.
that's the last slide.
Louis,
So we'd be happy to answer any questions, or if you're all tired, just say yes and we'll all go home.
Yeah. Louis, there was nothing more from you. Is that correct?
No, that's correct. Randy covered it very well. So.
Okay.
Well, wait, I do have one other thing that I would like Louis to respond to, because the question will come up: how much time is this going to take out of city staff in order to do this? And so Louis can answer that question. Louis?
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned in the presentation, Randy, we've done a lot of this work in the past few months as the commission together in the resource inventory. We've done a lot of the heavy lifting already. There'll be obviously some. I guess my intent is, if it becomes overwhelming, we have been contacted by the Energy Corps list of volunteers who would like to help in this process. So if we need additional assistance once we get into this for some of just the reporting and the data collection, that's an option. But as Randy mentioned, I think we've already done a lot of the heavy lifting as the commission in our resource inventory.
Okay, thank you very much. Lewis, if you would close your screen, then I'll be able to see the other council members. Question for Chris and Kevin. Is the acceptance of the grant already on our agenda for the consent agenda for our next business meeting? Because that was part of the timeline here.
Yes, it is on next week's agenda for your acceptance.
Okay. Council, how'd you like to proceed? I kind of like that, say yes, let's go home. Councilmember Barrington.
I have a couple of questions. One of them was, what is the cost to the city or the departments? Or is it this grant based upon what we are already doing and what we're currently doing? That's one question.
Okay, and the answer is that there is no cost to the city. The fees for the program have been waived. And otherwise, what we're really doing here initially, our initial certification is already done. I mean, so we're not going to be needing to do anything else in order to get an initial rating. We don't know, it may actually turn out to be low gold because we really haven't counted any points from the quality of life section yet. We don't know how many of those might be available to us, but this is really just recording where we are. And then going forward, again, it's a points-based system, and even at platinum, it takes 80 points to be platinum. There's 110 or 20 points total. So we pick and choose. Most of the points that we would need are already things that are on the CIP or in the strategic plan, so the costs are anticipated. There are a few things that are going to come along later that the commission will recommend as some additional things that we think the city ought to undertake, but those will be up to the council to decide at that point in time. But at the present time, there is no cost to the city. We just have to document it, and the commission continues doing its work. We will ask various, and we've talked to all the department heads as well. We will be asking them for some data, but there's no expectation or intention that staff has to be assigned to this on any kind of more than random basis, and there aren't any capital projects that have to be completed. Does that answer your question?
Go ahead, Councilmember Puritan.
Yes, thank you, Randy. So the other question that I had, whenever you showed your graph at the very beginning of the different costs, electricity, diesel, and that sort of thing, you know, I've always been impressed with that CNG fuel program. And so does that not fit into that graph any place or give you points that the city is actually doing that and it's saving money with other fuels, types of fuel?
Well, yes, and it is in there, and the graph covers all the energy sources: electricity, diesel, gasoline, and natural gas. But I was focusing on, because of the electricity component of that 7.15 million is the largest on a monthly basis, and consequently on an annual basis. And that's where we've got the most significant energy savings. But you're right, I mean, there certainly is some offsetting savings in the, going from diesel to the natural gas that we're now using. I don't have that exact number separated out, but all of those things, again, we haven't gotten to that granular level yet, but as we do, we only know it's going to get better. The picture is going to become more clear and even better than it is right now.
Okay, we got some more questions, and we'll have public comment. Councilmember Ronning.
Well, thank you. I just wanted to say thank you. Outside of Lewis, you're all volunteers. So thank you for your dedicated, this isn't meant to be a pun, but your dedicated energy towards this work, because it's really substantial. And so thank you for that. And then when we're ready, I'm ready to say yes, let's move forward. So thank you.
We do want to have public comment before we'll get into probably the merits. Any questions before we open for public comment, though? Councilmember Dees?
Randy, can you speak to the renewability of this and what it does for the city's economic growth and in that aspect?
Yeah, and I thought we had a better slide in here. Maybe that one got pulled out, but the program has been shown to be a significant economic benefit to the community in terms of marketing. So both the chamber and the Big Sky ED are very excited about this program, because if we can advertise the city of Billings as a LEED Platinum or LEED Gold city, there aren't very many. And so that says something about who we are and what we do, and that we're doing a very responsible kind of program that's continuing to look at city operations and drive costs down. And we can demonstrate all that, because now we'll be able to prove it. It's all going to be in one place. You can look it up. So from an economic standpoint, we think on the one hand, that's one aspect of it. Another aspect, of course, is just simply the fact that through this process that we've already been doing, we are continuing to find ways to make city operations more efficient and consequently less expensive. And your whole water discussion, which I'm not going to get into because you've already spent about 2 hours on it, but there's a ton of room in that arena to save more money, to reduce water consumption, reduce expenses, all that sort of stuff. And those things will come later. But I did want to jump in on that earlier. You almost sucked me into it, but wasn't my place yet. So anyway, but in terms of, I think your question, that there's significant economic benefits kind of across the board, from recruitment of businesses, recruitment of talent, all the way to just quality of life and improvement of the city's economic situation, financial situation, I should say.
And then the recertification?
The recertification, again, is up to us. But the plan is, as I laid out in the roadmap there, is that we'd do an initial certification, which is where we are now. And then over the next few years, as we complete additional CIP projects, and actually this is something we'd really like to get involved with in a certain respect, because maybe some of the CIP projects want to be reordered a little bit. I think there's some synergies we can find between them or among them that maybe haven't been so obvious, which is part of where this frame can help us understand. But we will get to points to places where we can recertify at the next level, and then ultimately at the platinum level. And even then, that doesn't mean you're done, but that does mean at that point we really think that we'll have a well-embedded understanding of the kinds of things that achieve the most effective results for us, and it'll just be part of how we operate.
Thank you. Other questions before we go to public comment? Not seeing any, so let's open up for public comment. Is there anyone here at the library who would like to offer public comment on item number 4? Not seeing anybody, so this is your opportunity, if you're still with us by Zoom, to use that raise your hand feature, or if you called in, hit *9, and Denise Bowman, our clerk, will see your raised hand and unmute you for public comment. Denise, do we have anybody who would like to offer comment on item number 4?
No, Mayor. All of our attendees have left the meeting.
We killed them.
Elvis.
Crushed them.
Does Elvis want to comment? I guess not. All right, we will rule that out. Close our public comment period. Back to council. Council, I'm not sure that there's any specific request for public or for staff direction, except to continue down this path. Is that your desire, or anything else? One way or another, let's make a little motion, just so there's no, I've seen a lot of thumbs up. Okay, I will make a motion that staff, you continue as proposed. We will address the grant acceptance. Keep your eye on how much staff time is required for this, obviously. But that you proceed as described. That would be the motion. Is there a second? Councilmember Boyette has his hand up for the second. Discussion now on that motion. Is there any discussion?
Was that a direction? Because this is already on the consent agenda.
That was direction to staff for this work session. And consent agenda is just for the acceptance of the grant, is my understanding.
That's correct.
Okay, so any discussion? Not seeing any. We'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of that motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor is the whole council. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Louis, Randy, second, Councilmember Roning's comments. Thank you very much for your work. Don't send us a bill. Okay.
Randy's not
Thank you
laughing.
for your time.
Randy's not laughing,
Randy's
but
not
okay.
laughing,
well,
yeah.
as far-
No, we won't send you a bill. We've
okay.
worked hard and we're going to continue to.
Yeah, go forth and save us money. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. That's item number 4. We previously voted to put off item number 5 to appoint to be determined staff on a future agenda. Brings us then to council discussion before public comment on non-agenda items. Council discussion. Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. I was kind of hoping Deb Milling would have been on tonight, but I want to put out a thanks to staff for, I sent an email in about Governor's Boulevard in front of Castle Rock High School. They actually had one of those signs up there that told what your speed limit was, and if you're going too fast, it was flashing red and blue, and so it almost looked like a cop had somebody stopped there. But that's for the traffic going southbound or city-bound, but the traffic going out, there's still only one 25-mile-an-hour speed limit sign, and that's way back by Senators Boulevard, and there's nothing in between there and Wicks to indicate that it's a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit in front of the school. So at least turn that sign around and put it on the other side would be great. Anything to bring people's attention to it, because it's a nice wide road, no houses, anything there. The school's set way back and open field on the other side. It makes it kind of hard to believe that you gotta drive 25. So, and then I got one more thing there.
Go ahead.
Chris, could you fill us in on what the status is on the Bill grant? Or have we got an agreement yet to be signed, or
So we do,
federal highway traffic?
to my knowledge, we do not have an agreement yet to be signed. We've committed monthly to provide a written, detailed as possible update for you. I think that that comes up this coming week for that. So I know Public Works and Planning will be writing that up and putting that in this week's weekly report for you guys, and to be very specific about where we are.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Purington and Councilmember Joy.
Thank you. So Chris, regarding the fire department's CPSM report, so we have not received that yet, and when do you expect that we'll have a chance to look at it?
So we did, I do expect it any day. We reviewed a draft and then decided to add to it some more data analysis about station locations or additional stations, which added a few weeks to that process, and we've reached out to them and say, okay, you've got that, when are we gonna get the report? So if you were to look out at draft agendas, you'll see it scheduled out to bring to you guys as soon as we get it from them. So we can have that same dialogue that we had on the law enforcement side, which we're gonna find ourselves in a tight pickle relative to the budget. So I'm trying to get it to you so you can have that information as we talk about public safety going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So since we're expressing our appreciation to staff, I would also like to add the good work that Public Works did in filling a pothole that really was bothering a constituent, and he's very happy. So thank you, Public Works and Director Melling, for that. Also, I think the mayor has been involved with something that we should appreciate on North Broadway. It was in the newspaper, and I heard it through the grapevine, and my details are very short, but I know that there's some appreciation that we need to express for what you've done there.
Well, and the many volunteers who just strung lights between Sky Point and at Second Avenue to 3rd Avenue by the Alberta Bear Theater. So looks great. Appreciate it. As you drive home tonight, you'll be able to see it. So that we now have 2 blocks there. It just gives a nice festive feel for that critical block. And thanks to Big Sky Economic Development, who helped pay for that, and the many volunteers. Don Olson, Lori Patterson at One Source Lighting were just major drivers of that. Kim Olson, Tom McLean, Julie Seedhouse, Sean Seedhouse, thanks to all of them. And thanks to city staff who kind of expedited the permitting process so that we could get those up quickly. So thanks to Debbie Melling and to staff who worked on that as well. Anything else as a way of discussion before we go to public comment on non-agenda items? Councilmember Yakwich.
It's bright, beautiful is this Saturday, and so do your best. And at the Elks Lodge parking lot from noon to 9 in the morning to 1 in the afternoon, the DEA will have a drug roundup, picking up drugs, no needles, no liquids, but everyone is welcome to stop by there as well. This Saturday, 9 to 1 at the Elks Lodge parking lot.
Thank you. Anything else? If not, we'll open up for public comment on non-agenda items for our long-suffering Mr. Nelson is here. Appreciate your patience.
Kevin Nelson, 4235 Bruce Avenue. Well, I should say that after a year, I guess nothing's changed. I'm the last one. Everyone else has left the meeting. So tonight, what I was going to present, I passed it out to you, and for some of the council members that aren't here, what this is pretty simple. It says, please find petition signed by the residents of the 4200 block of Bruce Avenue. We're requesting that the council approve funds needed to complete our street and sidewalk project this spring while the Hollowell project is going on. And that's the first page there. The second page is just merely the petition that we had the residents sign. The third page gets down to the money. So on that page, on the left-hand side, I've taken all the property tax codes and showed you just exactly what we pay. So currently, we're paying in around $12,270. Well, we are paying $12,271.93 a year. On a 25-year TIF, we're going to pay $291. In a 40-year TIF, we're going to pay $466. So if you take the project costs of $150,000, I'm going to leave that there. Currently, at current dollars, at a 40-year TIF, it'd be 32% of what you're going to receive in revenue to that TIF district is what you would cost for that project. Currently, your TIF fund balance is $6 million, and if you're wondering where I got that number, all you have to do is turn to the next page and you would see an email from Andy that says actually at 12/31 last quarter it was 6.3 million, so I just left it at 6 million. You're going to get another $1.5 million in second-year taxes, which will leave you at a cash fund position of $7.5 million in your TIF district. And below it just sort of speaks, it's pretty basic. It's percentage of project against current fund balance is only 2% of the entire fund balance to do Bruce. Or of the total project, it's only 2%. And then you're going to get another $3.5 million next year. And on the right-hand side, I put all the TIF projects that you've done at 100%. And then below that, of course, is the total of $7.5 million. Even if you deducted the 2.6 out for the Hollowell project, it'll still leave you $4.9 million. You take $150,000 away from that, you still got $4.75 million in your TIF district in cash, doing Bruce and paying for Hollowell out of this year's revenue. And then behind that is just the street, what it looks like and what it would take to finish it. And then in closing, I would ask that the mayor on another subject, I would ask that you would reconstitute the old steering committee from the rec center. You attended those, Councilman Joy attended those, they're very productive. And rather than having the TIF district sort of, what I perceive, sort of going on their own and not knowing what they're doing and the decisions they're making. And I just think it's as big as that project is, I think the public should be informed and be able to attend those meetings to see what exactly they're discussing and what decisions they're arriving at. And I would hope you would take the seriousness of that and, like I said, reconstitute that old steering committee because you were there and it worked very well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other public comment on non-agenda items.
Here, can I ask a question?
Councilmember Pearson?
One of the things, because I did attend that Sabura meeting where you discussed that, and I think Councilmember Joy had suggested too that they look into legal to see whether or not they do have to have open meeting, if open meeting laws apply to that steering committee. Do you ever get an answer for that, or Gina, did anyone ever ask you about that, or?
Yes, I did provide a response to, was that to you, Chris, or to?
Yeah, we were both involved in responses at a high level. A subcommittee, just like a subcommittee of this group, if it's not a quorum, it's not a public meeting, so they can have those. Not to say it isn't good practice anytime to advertise them, whatnot, but they're allowed to have those discussions. Is provided they're not a quorum of the advisory committee on tax increment finance.
So you're saying that the quorum would consist of the board members, I guess that's what they're called, the board members for Sabura, is that what you're saying?
Sorry, I'm sorry, let me clarify. If a majority, and Gina, do you want to be clearer on, am I?
No, you're.
Okay, so if a majority, just like the council, so there's 11 of you, anytime 6 or more of you meet, that's a public meeting.
Correct.
So 5 or fewer of you meet, or less than a quorum of their subcommittee or any of those boards can have meetings, and those are not public meetings. Not to say that they can't advertise them and invite the public, but they're not mandated. There's not a statutory problem with a minority less than a quorum meeting and having discussions.
The only thing I would add to that, Councilmember Purrington, is although I think that's a correct statement of whatever the statute would require, because they are using public dollars, and that triggers certain open meeting requirements. The city also has a memorandum of understanding with all the TIF districts that specifically addresses public involvement. And I don't have it in front of me, so I can't quote that chapter and verse. So that would be an important thing to also consider to see whether it applied to subcommittees in any different way. And I know Gina has called our attention to that. I don't know if she can speak to it more specifically, but.
No, but I can certainly forward the email that I
That's what I was
sent
gonna ask,
to all of council so that you can.
I think that would be good, because that would clarify that for other subcommittees as well.
Well, the MOUs may or may not be the same for all.
Oh,
I think they're
okay.
generally the same.
I think they're generally the same, but.
Okay, yeah, if you would do that, that would be appreciated.
Okay. Okay, very good. Anything else before we adjourn?
Right.
Councilmember Denise?
Thank you. Along the same line, Chris, maybe I misread the quarterly update report that Jim, you attached to your email, but I thought you said that committee was going to present their findings to the council. So it seemed to me from reading that they were taking the lead and making these decisions.
So, I'm sorry.
That was my concern about that. It seemed to me like they relegated their authority to this committee, and the committee was going to come present that to the council. And maybe it was the way he worded it, or I misread it.
So I don't recall precisely kind of what happened there. I can tell you though, there's an email as recent as very late last week from our staff to Jim Tevlin advising, and maybe consistent with the comment made this evening. As a staff, we're uncomfortable with any TIF board or subcommittee driving a project of this magnitude. So our suggestion has been, when they present their budget, we're going to have a discussion about where's the long-term, what's the vision here for what's going to happen. Because whether the TIF has the resources or not to build a part of a rec center, ultimately, who's going to own that facility, who's going to maintain that facility, who's going to operate that facility. Our suggestion was that should be a part of this budget presentation this year, and ultimately, I feel like unless it's somehow totally driven, owned, and operated by a non-public entity, the city needs to be critical driver in those decisions.
I think we would all agree with that. Okay, thank you very much. Anything else? Councilor Bernice.
Sorry, one last question about I know we discussed this regarding the TIF district down there. They were going to do some streets and we voted to do 100% of the improvements. Was Bruce not included in those streets, or if not, when would they schedule to be?
I don't honestly know. I'm going to assume the
Bruce
answer
was
is no,
included.
otherwise it wouldn't have been brought up this evening in this way, otherwise it would be in there. I could have Debbie, we can report as to
That would be helpful.
what I recall is at a high level, engineering thought there was still about $4 million of streets in the suburba that after this summer construction season's project still would need to be done if the direction were both by Suburra and the council that we're going to upgrade, we're going to complete those infrastructure projects.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councilor Tricky, quickly.
I actually have a fuller answer to that question. Basically, since the TIF district is driving the funding of it, they're making the decision as to when the streets are being done. So when they say, hey, okay, we've got the money to do these streets, then Public Works sits down and figures out how to do it. I asked this question, Mr. Nelson presented me with this thing a couple of months ago, and I told him that that was the way it was working.
Okay, to be continued. We'll learn more. Thank you very much, everybody. We're adjourned.